Doamnelor, domnilor, vă rugăm să vă ocupați locurile la mese. În foarte scurt timp începe conferința. Stimate domnule prim-ministru,
Mr. Chan, participants, good morning and welcome to the conference Fighting Energy Poverty in Europe, Challenges, Lessons Learned and Ways Path to Follow Moldova's example. This is under aegis of the government of Moldova with the support of UNDP. Energy crisis provoked by the Russian Federation and exacerbated by the pandemic and the Russian war in Ukraine led to an increase in natural gas prices by 7 times and electricity by 4 times compared to 2021 prices. Now, a study developed by UNDP says that 60% of the households of Moldova are deemed energy poor, and the data of Eurostat show that about 35 million citizens of the EU, or about 8% of the total population of the EU, could not have a thermal comfort in 2020. Now, in today's conference, we want to discuss the solutions that have been applied by different countries, including the Republic of Moldova, in order to live up to the energy crisis and support population in the context of exaggerated prices for energy resources. Now, the event joins here high-level officials from the EU countries, government of Moldova, the international organizations, national experts, international experts as well as private sector with expertise in this domain. The discussions will be held in Romanian with simultaneous translation into English. Now, to open the conference, we invite here Mr. Donate Chan, Prime Minister of the Republic of Moldova.
Very much, dear esteemed guests, ministers, excellencies. I'm honored to open this conference, and I would like to appreciate, first of all, those countries and those friends that helped Moldova go through the last year crisis. The war of Russia against Ukraine provoked many challenges, and one of the biggest challenges of Moldova was to absorb the price shock of energies, and here we would like to appreciate the contribution of friendly governments and international organizations to Moldova. With Energy Vulnerability Fund, we covered up to half of the bills on energy, both electricity and gas, and this helped the country to overcome the crisis. We also learned the lesson, and we understand that we have to increase the energy efficiency effort in Moldova. We have to target better the compensation mechanism, and here the Ministry of Labor and Social Assistance, together we experts are working hard on models to have, as I said, better targeting of assistance. But we have to also understand the fundamental problems in Moldova that lead to such indicators. We have a kind of, how to say, a paradox here. From one side, we have energy poverty, but from the other side, energy consumption index as a share of energy in GDP is very high. So it means that the productivity of the economy, the energy is low, and energy efficiency is very low. So from one side, we have to help those people in need, those people that have a higher spending in their budget for energy consumption, but fundamentally we also have to increase the productivity and the efficiency of energy use throughout the economy, throughout the society. Again, thank you very much for having these conferences. I see that many partners contributed to this organization, and I think it will be a very good forum to discuss these opportunities to improve the livelihood of our people and to share the experience that we have in all of our countries. I would like also to appreciate here the expertise from the various organizations. This is very difficult to strike a balance between the economics and social issues. The government currently of Moldova is focusing very much on business development as a way to sustainably provide social services and assistance. At the same time, as we progress in terms of GDP growth, productivity growth, there are vulnerable parts of the society that we have to support. Thank you once again for your contribution.
Prime Minister, thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will invite you to look at the screen. We'll have a video message from Ivana Zivkovic, the head of the UNDP office and Committee of Independent States.
Guests and colleagues, on behalf of UNDP, I would like to warmly welcome you to this important policy dialogue focused on a pressing issue that affects us all: energy poverty. Today in Chisinau, you are to address the complex challenges that energy poverty sets to people in both EU and non-EU member states, and to explore innovative solutions that can make a real difference in the lives of millions. The surge in energy prices, compounded by the impact of the COVID-19 and Russia's invasion on Ukraine, has further deteriorated an already difficult situation for many European households. It is particularly disheartening to witness the struggles faced by the Republic of Moldova, a nation heavily reliant on energy imports, where the prices for natural gas and electricity have skyrocketed, plunging more than 60% of households into energy poverty. Across Europe, governments have recognized the key drivers of energy poverty risks, such as high energy prices, low household incomes, and inefficient buildings and appliances. In response, they have developed a toolbox of solutions, ranging from price caps and temporary tax breaks to vouchers and subsidies aimed at supporting vulnerable energy consumers. By sharing experiences and best practices, member states have fostered collaboration, innovation, and learning, ensuring a more coordinated, effective, and evidence-based approach to combating energy poverty. In summer of 2022, the government of Moldova took a proactive step to mitigate the impact of the energy crisis on people. The government established the Energy Vulnerability Reduction Fund, providing targeted compensations to over 700,000 vulnerable households based on specific categories of energy vulnerability. This pioneering initiative considers multiple factors, such as household income, energy expenditure, heating systems, and household composition, to ensure that assistance reaches those who need it the most. It is our understanding that the case of Moldova is a good model and an example of targeted support that is of interest for many colleagues present here today. We commend the efforts of the government of the Republic of Moldova to pilot the mechanism, robustly evaluate the impact, and share the experience with other governments. We equally commend and highly appreciate the rapid and consistent support of a multitude of development partners and friends of Moldova who contributed to the Energy Vulnerability Reduction Fund. Today's policy dialogue serves as a platform for knowledge exchange. We aim to learn from the experiences and successes of the European Union in addressing energy vulnerability and poverty, while also showcasing Moldova's own journey in designing and implementing a targeted approach to compensating the energy poor during a crisis. The recent impact evaluation on the Energy Vulnerability Reduction Fund, conducted by UNDP and the government, reveals significant positive impact on the compensations on reducing energy poverty, income poverty, as well as promising results in terms of the impact of the compensations on energy consumption. I encourage each one of you to actively participate in the discussions, share your expertise, and contribute to the collective efforts to alleviate energy poverty. Together, we can shape a more sustainable and equitable future where access to affordable, reliable, and more sustainable energy is not a luxury but a fundamental right. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to all participants, and I wish you a fruitful and inspiring event today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Mulțumim, doamna Zivkovic.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are also honored with the presence of Marius Constantin Budai, Minister of Labor and Social Solidarity from Romania, who is in his first visit to Moldova from the investment of the new government. And we're honored that you do it here today at this conference occasion. Good morning.
Thank you very much. Prime Minister, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say good morning, and I'm glad to see you all here in Chișinău, ready to discuss such an important topic. I would like to thank Mr. Buzău for the invitation. This is an opportunity for all of us, and particularly for myself, to participate in a high-level discussion dedicated to a topic which is so hard on us, energy poverty. Well, in recent years, we've been talking about financial poverty. Financial crisis was following public health crisis, and we've been dancing around the word poverty. And that is a challenge in my view. We need to discuss this. We need to see what we did well and what we didn't do so well. And we must be proactive and think what kind of measures we can implement to support vulnerable categories and the economy as well. It is an economic belief. You can't just support the demand without supporting the author, and the other way around. We need to provide measures that would support economic environment first and foremost to protect the jobs and create other jobs. But first and foremost, we need to protect the jobs. I believe that the best social protection is the availability of a job. And these soars in prices for energy, combined with low revenues of households, combined with inadequate residential areas, inadequate from the energy point of view. And on top of all that, we could not get access to alternative sources of derivative energy. And this has all brought us into the situation of energy poverty. Prime Minister, dear audience, you know all that Romania had its issues throughout history. But when Moldova was in need, Romania was not indifferent to it. I remember in previous years, I was coming here to launch kindergartens, and this was a joy for all. We brought school buses, so whenever we could, we always assisted you, and we will do that. We did it recently, and we will keep doing this. And I would like to use this opportunity to pass on the support of the Prime Minister of Romania, Marcel Ciolacu. We shall, of course, have our panel discussions, and there we will go into details. But let me once again underscore that we need to be ready. The shocks that are coming should not be so painful. The vulnerable categories of people should be much more protected, and the economies of all countries, including the economy of the Republic of Moldova, should be much better. And have a lovely day ahead. Thank you, Minister. Further on, we're going to have a video message from Marian Jurečka, Minister of Labour and Social Affairs of Czech Republic. Ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention.
Se mohu aspoň takto na dálku účastnit konference na tak důležité téma, jako je energetická chudoba. Raketový růst cen energií můžeme přičítat zejména ruské agresi vůči Ukrajině a nedodání nasmlouvaného zemního plynu. Krize energií ovlivnila životy všech Evropanů, tak jak si to málo kdo z nás před několika lety dovedl představit. Jen v Česku přišel o svého dodavatele energií ze dne na den asi 1 milion lidí. Česká vláda se rozhodla pro adresnou pomoc, která míří k těm nejpostiženějším. Rozšířili jsme příspěvek na bydlení, tak aby na něj dosáhlo více domácností. Na raketový růst cen jsme reagovali zavedením stropu cen energií pro domácnosti a podnikatelský sektor. Řešili jsme také ochranu pro podniky tak, aby krize cen nevedla k masivnímu propouštění a zvyšování nezaměstnanosti. Do budoucna vidím řešení především v částečné energetické nezávislosti na úrovni domácností. Naším cílem by mělo být posílit financování renovace budov nebo podpořit obnovitelné zdroje, jako jsou solární panely nebo tepelná čerpadla. Toto vidím jako nejlepší dostupnou praxi, kterou může u řady ohrožených lidí a skupin předejít pádu do energetické chudoby. Energetika byla pro Česko jednou z klíčových priorit i během loňského předsednictví v Radě EU. Dosáhli jsme mnoha úspěchů, zejména v oblasti společné politiky EU. Bitva ale stále ještě není vyhraná. Krize energií je problém celoevropský, který nám ukazuje, že v klíčových momentech musíme stát všichni při sobě. Moldavská žádost o členství v EU je toho důkazem. Dámy a pánové, věřím, že si celá Evropa dnes uvědomuje, že závislost na dovozu fosilních paliv z Ruska byla strategická chyba. Návrat ke spalování uhlí ale také není řešením. Musíme hledat taková opatření, která přinesou řešení pro krizi cen energií a změnu klimatu současně. Doufám, že tato konference přispěje k posílení vzájemné spolupráce a k úspěšnému boji s energetickou chudobou ve všech dotčených zemích.
Invităm la tribună.
We are now inviting Mr. Martinas Siurkas, Deputy Minister of Social Security and Labour from Lithuania, for the opening remarks.
Dear Prime Minister, Ministers, dear Ambassador, organizers, participants, I'm pleased to be able to welcome all of you to participate in this high-level dialogue. Tackling energy poverty is an important and timely topic for discussion.
Lithuania stands in full solidarity with Moldova. We admire your firm commitment and determination to achieve a better, firmly anchored European future for your people. As every citizen of the country, the energy independence is issue significant to me. In 1990s, Lithuania regained its political independence. In terms of energy, Lithuania stayed integrated into Soviet energy system. It was necessary to dismantle energy integration links to achieve independence. Today, we are completely independent of the energy resources of Russia, but it took us time and enormous efforts to find ourselves in the positions where we are now. When the country stopped all Russian natural gas imports last year, LNG terminal allowed us the diversification of natural gas imports. In 2022, Lithuania completed works on 2 gas interconnectors with neighboring member states Poland and Latvia. In the light of the war of Russia in Ukraine that threats to our energy and national security, Lithuania is pursuing accelerated synchronization with the continental European synchronous area network in 2024 instead of 2025. Active discussions are ongoing with other countries like Poland, Latvia, and Estonia concerning about this objective. Lithuania also promotes the generation of electricity from renewable sources. Renewable energy represents an increasing share of our energy and electricity gross final consumption. We aim to achieve a 50% share of energy from renewable sources in gross final energy consumption by 2030. As a Vice Minister of Social Security and Labour, I consider energy poverty is a social problem that needs to be solved. Our National Energy and Climate Plan for 2021 and 2030 states that 4 main causes energy poverty. First one is inefficient energy consumption, high energy prices, low household incomes, and inefficient consumer awareness. To reduce energy poverty, Lithuania implements both targeted and horizontal measures. Ministry of Social Security and Labor is responsible for compensation for housing, heating, and water costs, payment of credit taken to renovate a multi-apartment building, and interests to persons entitled to compensation. In last year, 5.5% of the population received compensation for heating and water costs. The average number of beneficiaries increased by 46% compared to 2021. We have other relevant measures, such as support for poor residents in case of using renewable energy resources, for electrical power, replacing heating devices using fossil fuel, renovating multi-apartment buildings. We also have a horizontal measures compensation of electricity and gas tariffs and value-added tax for central heating for residents. Dear colleagues, dear participants, energy poverty poses a challenge. And in the conference, we will have an opportunity to share our views on challenges in measuring energy poverty, solutions for tackling it in the context of crisis, and lessons learned. I'm happy to share with you our experience in a panel discussions. Thank you for your attention.
Ambassador in the Republic of Moldova. I now invite Mr. Kent Loxton to proceed to the floor.
Bună dimineața. Good morning. Excuse me, Prime Minister, Minister, colleagues, distinguished guests. Thank you very much for organizing this forum to discuss this critical issue, and thank you for recognizing the support and the role the United States is playing. Energy poverty is a topic of such importance that at the G20 summit in Bali last year, President Biden and other G20 leaders committed to working together to close gaps in energy access and to eradicate energy poverty around the world. I don't need to tell all of you that Moldova has experienced serious energy security challenges and surging energy prices. We know why, due to its historic reliance on Russian sources of gas and electricity, and of course, Russia's brutal war in Ukraine. That's why in the past 2 years, the United States has committed $389 million to help Moldova provide affordable, reliable energy to its citizens. This assistance is part of our partnership with Moldova to address the immediate challenges and, of course, to help build a democratic, prosperous, and secure future. These funds are being used to reimburse high-cost electricity purchases in the form of nearly $110 million in budget support. In addition, we're providing emergency generators, cybersecurity equipment, and solar panels to bolster energy capacity. Our support prioritizes building the governing and operational capabilities of energy agencies, including the Ministry of Energy, Moldelectrica, and Energocom. And we're working together with Energocom to identify low-cost energy suppliers and to help Moldova obtain energy from non-Russian sources, including through the Trans-Balkan pipeline. Today, we're funding critical power infrastructure projects to transform the power sector in Moldova. These projects will expand connectivity with Romania, open greater opportunities for renewable energy projects, and increase low-cost domestic generation projects with private investments. Through these efforts, Moldova can continue to improve its energy security, integration with European energy markets, and domestic power generation. And this will ultimately help to alleviate the economic challenges experienced by Moldovan households and businesses these past 2 years as a result of steeply increased energy prices. I wish you all productive discussions at this event and much success. Thank you.
Another strategic partner in overcoming energy crisis was Sweden. So now we'll give the floor to the Ambassador of Sweden to Moldova, Katarina Fried.
Mr. Prime Minister, Ministers, Excellencies, partners, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you also from my side for taking the initiative to have this discussion at a time when freezing may not be really on the top of our minds. This is really the right time to have prepare ourselves for what is coming during the autumn and the winter. During the last year, European households found themselves caught in the midst of a serious energy crisis caused by the Russian aggressions in Ukraine. High costs of energy and food and the resulting inflation affected the whole society all across Europe, but even more so the most vulnerable groups, such as groups with smaller financial margins. In Sweden, we believe that it's important not to distinguish energy poverty from other forms of poverty. Reducing households' risks of poverty is crucial in many aspects, not least in terms of increasing resilience to crisis. A well-functioning national social protection system can act as a stabilizer in times of crisis. During last year's crisis, we still felt the need to introduce temporary benefits in our housing allowances, 2 electricity price subsidies, and a gas price subsidy to mitigate the consequences for families with low incomes. In the event the private consumers had difficulties to pay their energy cost, the social welfare system got involved, and where necessary, people could receive financial support. We also strongly promoted energy efficiency. Initiatives were introduced to promote energy-smart behavior and to overcome barriers to energy-efficient renovations at home. Increasing energy efficiency will, of course, also be a key part to meet our climate commitments. As we were struggling to mitigate the consequences of the energy crisis in Sweden, I was here in Moldova, witnessing the tremendous efforts of the Moldovan government to solve the energy crisis here and keep the most vulnerable included. Sweden responded quickly to the Moldovan government's request for support, providing an emergency energy support of around 14 million euros, 4 million euros via the World Bank to the Moldovan state budget to support energy reforms, and 10 million euros channeled through the UNDP to the Moldovan Energy Vulnerability Fund that supported vulnerable families across the country to manage the cold winter months. To prepare for the next winter, we need to continue supporting Moldova's energy resilience and support Moldova in mitigating potential energy price shocks. We also need to continue pushing for long-term solutions like improving energy efficiency and conservation, investing in renewable energy, promoting energy access and affordability, as well as diversifying energy sources and supply routes, including by providing the technical and legal solutions needed for enabling households and business to sell back solar power to the grid. It's equally important to strengthen and develop the national social protection system so there are efficient tools to reach those in most need of support and to ensure that there is a safety net in times of crisis. To get there, initiatives like this conference and other kinds of public consultation is important. There is a need for engaging with stakeholders, including the business community and groups in vulnerable positions, to ensure that the energy policies are in line with their needs and priorities. Working together, we will be better off when the winter comes. Thank you. Mulțumesc.
Suntem extrem de bucuroși de prezența.
Happy the presence in this conference of Erika Haas. She is a chargée d'affaires. She comes from the EU delegation to Moldova, and we invite her here for a speech. Good morning.
Good morning, dear Prime Minister, ministers, ambassadors, and partners. I would like to first thank the organizers for the opportunity to speak at this event. We are all aware how important this topic is. We were all here in Moldova in 2021 October, where Russia started to weaponize energy supply to put political pressure on Chisinau. The most visible aspect of energy crisis was the price increases in gas, heating, electricity, and fuels. Less visible were the availability risks, the risk of disruption in the supply of gas and electricity. The Republic of Moldova successfully managed the energy challenges and took measures to diversify the gas and electricity supply. The new gas interconnection with Romania and the synchronization of Moldova's electricity system with the continental European grid were instrumental in this regard. Other measures included achieving substantial energy savings by reducing energy consumption and also by giving direct financial support to vulnerable consumers. In meeting these challenges, Moldova was not alone. The European Union and its member states helped in many areas, including with the mentioned interconnections and providing financial support. For the winter 2021-22, the EU provided 60 million euros in grants, which were used for compensating price increases. Again, for the winter 2022-23, another 75 million euros were provided for the same purpose, and this time it was possible to distinguish and target vulnerable consumers who were identified and got the support on their bill. About 610,000 households qualified as beneficiaries for support of gas bills, almost 300,000 for heating, and more than 500,000 for electricity. The EU stood by Moldova through the help provided to the most vulnerable families and households. For the next winter, 2023 and 24, another 105 million euros are under discussion, and the Energy Vulnerability Fund will be further increased. However, for tackling energy poverty, financial support alone is not enough. There is a need for a more comprehensive approach. Sharing best practices and experiences among those directly working with vulnerable communities is a very important step. The Energy Poverty Advisory Hub is a European Commission DG Energy initiative, and it's supporting local authorities to tackle energy poverty in the EU, including with technical assistance, trainings, and discussion fora. You will hear from the Energy Poverty Advisory Hub representative in one of the panels today. Work has to continue to improve the energy security and connectivity to strengthen Moldova's energy system's resilience and ensure security of supply, while also advancing on the energy transition path. I'm glad to note that Moldova is taking active part in the Aggregate EU platform, the EU's joint gas purchase mechanism, which can achieve better prices than a country can negotiate alone. The participation of Moldova will help the country secure the necessary gas volumes for the next winter, while diversifying away from Russia and meet its storage obligation in line with the EU acquis. On the longer perspective, the EU is supporting Moldova's plans to reduce energy consumption through energy efficiency projects and to increase the share of renewable energy sources. Better insulated residential buildings can substantially lower the energy bills, with a positive impact on consumers, in particular those affected by energy poverty. Since early May, Moldova is associated to the Connecting Europe facility, allowing it to apply for infrastructure funding, including on energy. It has been agreed that the EU and Moldova will continue to work together to ensure Moldova's preparedness for the next winter, but also on the longer-term reform for the full integration of Moldova into the EU's energy markets. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you a very fruitful discussion today.
Going forward, let me invite here Guido Beltrani. He is the head of the Swiss Cooperation Office in Moldova. Good morning, sir.
Stimate domnule prim-ministru,
honored ministers, excellencies,
let me also thank you on behalf of the Swiss authorities for organizing this high-level dialogue. It is great to see so many partners of the Republic of Moldova who are ready to share their experiences and good practices on how to tackle energy vulnerability and poverty. In fact, energy vulnerability is growing across Europe, with rising energy prices affecting all societies on the continent. As we all know, Moldova is dependent on imported fossil fuels and has been hit hard by the energy crisis in 2021 and by the consequences of the Russian aggression on Ukraine. Even if energy tariffs have decreased lately, the impact on the most vulnerable remains significant. The energy crisis exacerbates the socio-economic situation in the country, affecting not only the energy bills, but also food prices, for instance, and therefore worsening the economic resilience of many households. So the challenges have been and still are manifold. Switzerland commends the rapid response put in place by the Moldovan authorities in order to address energy vulnerability and poverty, in particular via the Energy Vulnerability Reduction Fund. At the end of last year, Switzerland contributed via UNDP with 6 million Swiss francs to this fund in order to mitigate the looming energy poverty of vulnerable Moldovan households during the last winter season. This year, my country will continue to support the Moldovan population and the Ukrainian refugees in Moldova with an overall planned budget of around 34 million Swiss francs. A part of these funds is foreseen as a contribution to a multi-donor trust fund of the World Bank, which will provide direct financing to the Moldova budget and aims, among others, at supporting the Moldovan government in further strengthening the social protection system and in enhancing energy efficiency measures in public and residential buildings. Ladies and gentlemen, my country has been affected comparatively less than other European countries by the recent energy crisis, mainly because the share of gas in the Swiss energy mix is rather low, as it amounts to only 14%. Moreover, households and small and medium enterprises are largely protected from increases in the electricity prices, as the electricity market is strongly regulated for these categories of consumers. Nevertheless, there is no guarantee that the situation will stay the same next winter and beyond. The main lesson that we learned and that we are currently implementing is that there is a need to create additional reserve capacities and to develop a public promotion scheme for a massive development of domestic renewable energy sources and for the promotion of energy efficiency, in particular in the building sector. The Swiss-Moldovan cooperation program focuses also on these areas. This year, we will support the improvement of energy efficiency in private and public buildings and promote the use of renewable energies and, in particular, biomass. Furthermore, our program will support the Moldovan agri-food sector and Moldovan small and medium enterprises in their green transformation by promoting the use of renewable energy sources and the provision of environmentally sustainable services. To conclude, I'm very confident that Moldova, thanks to a mix of ambitious and at the same time realistic measures, is now in a much better position when it comes to reducing energy dependency and fighting against energy poverty. You can count on Switzerland's continuous support in view of alleviating the consequences of the energy crisis and of the other crises that affect the Republic of Moldova and its population. Mulțumesc. Thank you very much.
The final message of the opening session of the conference. Now, please, all the speakers step on the stage. We're going to take a short break of approximately 30 minutes, a coffee break. And please be back here in 30 minutes. The first panel discussion is dedicated to challenges in measuring and countering energy poverty in Europe in the context of multiple crises. The moderator is going to be Mr. Marcel Spadar. So, the speakers, please step on the stage. Let us take a photo and immortalize this important day. Thank you very much. And in 30 minutes, please be back in the room. We will start the first panel discussion.
Bună ziua!
Hello. Let us restart the discussions in the conference. In the first panel, I have here distinguished representatives of governments, donors, and development partners, as well as experts in the field of energy. I've got here Alexei Bozo, Minister of Labor and Social Protection of the Republic of Moldova, Mr. Viktor Parlikov, Minister of Energy of the Republic of Moldova, both very good friends of mine. I'm particularly happy to see Mr. Parlikov. I haven't seen him for quite a while. Maria Venish, she is a UNDP consultant. She will make a presentation about approaches to measuring energy poverty. Also, Mr. Babatunde Abidoye, Global Specialist in Policies and Head of the Department for Data and Analysis, UNDP, and Roger Scevani, representative of IMF in Moldova. In recent years, Moldova has resisted in the face of the energy crisis, multiplied by other crisis situations and hybrid attacks against our country. And I think we as a country managed to build instruments that would allow us to resist in the future as well. The experience of the Republic of Moldova and the way it is seen from outside, well, we shall discuss that in this panel. And I invite Mr. Bozo to tell us about the lessons learned by the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection after the first year of implementation of the of the Fund for Reduction in Energy Vulnerability. Mr. Minister, you have the floor. Marcel, thank you very much. Dear friends, dear colleagues, thank you very much for having found time to participate in this event. For me, for our team, this event is an opportunity to think, to learn from the experience of our partners and colleagues and from our own experience. It is a moment to be grateful because we wouldn't have had the results we have without the courage and the support and dedication of our partners. If specific people didn't get involved at the right time, we wouldn't have gone through the cold period of the year successfully. And there is another thing which we are very responsible for. Our partners have invested enormous resources. They have a lot of confidence in us. And we must show what we managed to achieve. And it's not for the sake of boasting. It's for the sake of proving to everyone that the support that we have benefited from has been treated with maximum responsibility. And Moldova is a safe place, and it is worth the while to invest in the Republic of Moldova. It's only the beginning of the path. I was saying that this is a moment of gratitude. The situation is quite strange because Marcel, who is the moderator now, was in my office before me. And Dan Perciun, the chair of the Commission for Health and Social Protection, was also part of the spearhead team that has conceived this system. So it is important. And we have this gratitude. It is also important to admit that Most of the citizens of the Republic of Moldova were confident in us and in the team. To be part of this system, they had to disclose personal data about consumption and about members of the family, and most of the citizens were confident. And I'm absolutely proud that at the end of February, beginning of March, we had an opinion poll. And among many figures, we have seen that about 64% of the citizens of the Republic of Moldova believe that the system of compensations is fair. And in 2023, in a world that is polarized for political reasons, where there is so much propaganda, an overwhelming majority of the citizens of the Republic of Moldova believe that the program implemented by the government is fair. I said that this program has covered 50% of their bills for the most vulnerable households. The government did maximum what they could. And everything that has been achieved is thanks to Marcel and thanks to the team that was in the Republic of Moldova. We didn't sell a message to them. Well, it's a main lesson for all of us. People need to understand that, and we need to empower them.
Important pentru noi a fost flexibilitatea. Noi am fost într-o situație de urgență și pentru faptul că a fost un sistem nou.
And this was an emergency for us and a new system.
Și pentru că am avut acest instrument al Comisiei pentru situații excepționale.
And it's good that we had this instrument of the Emergency Situation Commission.
Să ajustăm, să calibrăm foarte multe elemente din cadrul acestui program. Și foarte important, ceea ce facem noi acum în cadrul Ministerului este că încercăm să ne imaginăm cum va fi implementat.
We are trying to actually understand how the system is going to be implemented in normal conditions without these emergency interventions. And we would also like to underscore that the budget and the amount for the compensations was 5,800,000,000 of lei, and 5 billion for this year. That was for November and December, previous year and this year. So we managed to do that because we had true friends and also colleagues from the government who have given us from their own portfolios to ensure that we have sufficient resources for this program. I understand that it is difficult to cut particular programs, and you do that for a mission which goes beyond the mission of your ministry, and I'm grateful to the colleagues who have agreed to do that. And there is another thing. In the Ministry of Labour and Social Protection, every process must be inclusive. Every process must be inclusive. This program has targeted, first and foremost, the most vulnerable households in the rural areas where there are elderly people who are not part of the digital world. They do not have the equipment, they do not have the competences. And thanks to this, we managed to register more than 300 families. Social workers assisted us in that, librarians as well. Recently, I've been in Cochin, and I spoke to my colleagues, and they said that there were some moments of tension. Some people were registered in the program, there were mistakes, and there were cases of harassment and even physical abuse. And I am very happy that despite everything that has happened, the colleagues in the field are fighting for their beneficiaries. And they have all my gratitude and all my admiration. Our success is their success as well. There is one more thing, the technical part. Well, we need to build a system that should become operational in October, so within 4 months. And we will use that system to compensate the majority of the households in the Republic of Moldova. That system should be aware of the historical consumption of the household. That system should know the revenues, the address, the number of people in the household on that address. And we should also get connected to all the supplies of energy in the Republic of Moldova. And that should happen without significant issues or significant delays. And I was about to say that this is impossible, but it was possible. When you have some free time, you can study the experience of healthcare.gov. That was a portal which was launched back in 2013 by the Obama administration. They launched it on the 1st of October, and in 10 days it collapsed. They had a technical issue. We had a technical team that managed to identify technical solutions in an extremely short period of time. And the exchange of information was possible. When I came to the ministry, I think it was my second week in the office, one of the suppliers has changed NLCs, and we had about 10,000 of requests. And the team of the ministry manifested maximum diligence and empathy. They managed all the requests and identified a solution. This is important. The team, the availability to commit to an ambitious objective which can and must be delivered in an extremely short period of time. And we were lucky. Myself, Marcel, the team, when it was warm outside, we were looking outside and we were saying, oh, we're going to save a few million lei on this day. The winter was mild and we could save some money, and people managed to adjust. And that was good. And another thing which was important in terms of work and luck, the tariffs didn't go up, some of them even went down. In my case, this is Marcel, and in case of Victor is Mr. Splano, and they managed to drive everything forward. We are happy to have had this positive experience, but we must learn, we must adjust things. And we can't win the fight decisively. Now the poverty went up, and the rural Moldova also has a lot of issues with the poverty. And we must make sure that we have a better program, well targeted, appropriate for the cold period of the year. Once again, thank you to the team that has organized this wonderful event. Thank you for all of you who came here from other countries. And once again, thank you, Marcel. Thank you, Alexei. Indeed, it was a project that seemed to be impossible for many people in summer last year. And I would like to express gratitude to the UNDP team, which was very flexible and helped us build that functionality that you've spoken about. Without the experience, professionalism, without the team of Mr. Parlikov, we met very often on weekends and had to do our job. Let me tell you just one thing, maybe you have forgotten about it. The system of benefits collapsed within an hour after the press conference when I announced the launch of that system. That was the only day when the system was not available, and the IT guys have told me that there was an attack on the engine that was sending SMS messages for the confirmations. Well, we had a period of 5 or 6 hours when service was unavailable, but then the downtime was over and there were no issues. And as Mr. Minister has said, we have improved the system throughout the winter to add criteria to avoid fraud. And I think we have a very good instrument which could be improved in the future. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Minister Parlikov. And my question is about the impact of the green transition, the impact of the decarbonization policies, of the policies to improve the environmental impact on the energy poverty, because we know that these policies are expensive. They have costs for the suppliers and for the consumers. So how can we make sure that we organize a transition towards an energy that is less pollutant and consumes less fossil fuel, and reduce energy poverty in the society at the same time? This is a program which goes beyond the intervention in the cold period of the year.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to start in order to get to the... I'll get to the question, but let me start by saying that, the way we did things which we thought were incredible and non-feasible when it comes to the launch of this program, which was launched. I mean, look, it was conceived, launched, implemented on the go. All the processes were running concurrently. We had the same difficult period when it comes to energy security. Maybe people don't remember, but in the summer of 2023, when now it's summer, it's warm, when you have electricity, when we have gas stockpiles, everyone, maybe people forgot, but we have gone through a period when for 1.5 years from one country, and I'm getting to the question, to your question, how this is looked at from the outside. This is like a success story. People say we were a success story. But from a country which were 100% dependent on one supplier of gas, without any experience of working with other suppliers without any experience and possibility to bring electricity from other countries than East, either Moldova, Greece or Ukraine, without at least a vehicle, a company which could participate on external markets. We are now a country which in 1.5 years have gone through the first year in history when we did not consume gas from Gazprom. Just the left border, which is now we are a country with a company which not just have we used commercially the interconnected with Romania, which is somehow natural, Iași-Ungheni. Energocom was the first company ever who used commercially the Trans-Balkan gas pipeline in reverse regime, and the connector from Greece and Bulgaria for the first time in commercial regime was used by Energocom. At a certain point in time, Energocom was the only company from the world, from Europe and from the world, which had the experience of using the whole vertical corridor from Greece till the underground storage facility from Western Ukraine. The only country which had the experience of bringing gas from Greece to Western Ukraine was Moldova through Energocom. Now, from a country which was always needing consultancy, advice, support, and help when it comes to energy, we became a country which now we can actually say that we are contributing to gas energy security in the region. We are a country through which, and by the way, and I'm saying this at the political level, we are signaling that the whole energy security with gas supplies of the Central Europe is under jeopardy because the underground storages from Ukraine are not harnessed to their fullest potential, and so we need to solve this problem. Now, the transformations that happened in the energy sector in the last 1.5 years have been gigantic, and the biggest transformation which no consumer has felt. But I will not stop saying this. And these are things which are worthy to be known. This is that on 16 March 2022, at 1:15, when the consumers haven't noticed anything, Moldova, together with Ukraine, have synchronized with the NSOE, which actually, when it comes to energy security, meant a leap from a carriage with horses to pace. So when the energy of Ukraine, when the infrastructure of Ukraine has been pounded by weapons, by rockets, it was in the dark whole weeks. When MOLDOVA'S didn't work, we were able to ensure the energy security, energy of supplies. So now that has to be reminded to people, because unfortunately a lot of things are taken for granted. There was enormous effort, and let me now get to the next item. This is the support of foreign partners. Without a political decision at the level of Brussels and Washington, at the level of Bucharest, we would have failed. I mean, we would be in the dark. So, lights off. So the process of synchronization, the acceptance of synchronization of Moldova with Ukraine to NSOE was done in 3 weeks. Do you know how long did it take Turkey and Romania? Turkey, 20 years. Romania, 15 years. Moldova plus Ukraine, 3 weeks. That was a political decision of support, without which we would have collapsed. The same was with the international support. Without the financial support, which derives from the political support, we wouldn't have had the money for the fund or for storage of gas, wouldn't have had the money for diversification of suppliers. We would be in the same trap in which we've stood for 30 years. So, this is where I start now. We need to acknowledge and we pay tribute, first of all, to the enormous resistance of Ukraine. If Russian troops would be in Odessa today, we would have talked about a different Europe, not let alone talking about Moldova. The enormous support of international community for Ukraine, the unprecedented mobilization, the speed with which Europe acted and helped Ukraine to withstand, and which helped us to withstand and to be part now in a much better security area, security zone compared to 24 February 2022. Before that, actually. Now, if we talk about the link between green energy and energy poverty and the vulnerability fund, well, this are very intertwined already. I'm giving you just some simple elements here. Moldova consumes about 2.5 times more energy to support 1 square meter of housing space. 50% of the energy is consumed in apartment blocks, in buildings. In apartment blocks, sorry. So, when we talk about support and compensation for vulnerable households, 50% or even more that were subsidized, this is energy waste. We're wasting energy. So, on the long term, there is no better solution, and there is no greener solution, and there is no better correlation between reducing energy poverty and green energy and reducing emissions than investing in energy efficiency. And it's not by chance that some of the money that are allocated through the Vulnerability Fund, some of this money are going towards energy efficiency measures specifically to vulnerable families. We still have, and we will work with the ministry on other areas, meaning, let me give you just one example here. You want to do energy efficiency in a residential apartment block? Okay, good. You can give a grant to everybody, right? So you cover some of the grant with the grant money, and then the dwellers have to contribute. Okay. Now, in the apartment block, you always have people who have money, they've contributed, they forgot about it, they save, and then there's people who don't have the money. But if you have a financial product, a loan that you can connect to, then in 5-year time, they will have reimbursed this investment and the benefit from savings. And then you have vulnerable families. These are 10%, and no one will extend them a loan. The bank will simply not give them a loan for such an effort. So what do you do? How do you optimize the whole apartment block if 10% of the apartments do not participate? You wouldn't be able to do it. I mean, it makes no sense to do it for 90% of them. So the mechanism or the vulnerability fund, energy vulnerability fund, some of the resources that are allocated through this facility, we believe, and this is also, these are two different ministries, but we do one job. We believe that we need to invest, but not to compensate the losses. We need to invest in energy efficiency in order to reduce the exposure of these households to high energy consumption. And by doing that, we potentially reduce the exposure of the fund to paying out compensations. It's one thing to subsidize a bill of 2 gigacalories, and another thing is to subsidize a bill of 1 gigacalorie. So, at the Ministry of Energy efficiency, specifically in buildings, is priority number one. And by let me get to the discussion again. We have the comfort of thinking about the future now. In 2001, 2022, people were dealing with the consequences of crises. We were doing firefighting. People were firefighters, and they were putting down crisis after crisis. Now, let me tell you that energy-wise, maybe we can already talk. We can say that the battle for energy security has been won. So there is no bigger challenge than we've had so far. But we're now more prepared than ever. So we are by, I don't know how many times better when it comes to preparedness for any crisis which can occur. Now we need to win the battle for minds and hearts of people. And why? If we talk about the battle for infrastructure and diversification of suppliers, we've done this. But unfortunately, there is still a lot of narratives promoted as part of the hybrid actions by Russia specifically, which is a catch for the citizens. So they try to torpedo the pillars on which we have built our diversification. Exactly everything to do with diversification. I mean, people people say, well, there's a scheme. If there are more suppliers and there's more supplies, of course, it's okay. It's okay. When the consumer has the opportunity to choose his supplier, and the suppliers, they supply at different prices, this is okay. This is normal. This is the trend. This is what we want. We want to have options. Backhaul transactions. This is a scheme that people say. The whole Europe does it. Moldova is a fraud. Well, so on and so forth. These narratives, unfortunately, they persist. And one of the things for me as a minister is to give a vision and to explain to the society that the efforts that have been put into the area of security and the whole European path, European integration, this is being torpedoed. People try to torpedo European integration of Moldova. So the whole narrative is thrown on this dimension, that gas is not gas bought from international markets, but it is still gas from Gazprom, but it comes more expensive because it comes through intermediaries and all kind of fairy tales. This is baloney. This is false. Unfortunately, narratives are not just they're not just for Moldova, but they are for other European countries. And when you talk about winning hearts and minds of people, there is no better method than investing in energy efficiency in households. There's no other better method. So what we are doing, and that we've had a discussion with the Prime Minister Cabinet, and among those 20 priorities announced yesterday by the Prime Minister, you saw that there is Energy Efficiency Fund, which comprises the element of residential buildings. We will launch a fund through which we will subsidize investments into energy efficiency of the residential consumers. Those consumers who want to do building insulation, those consumers who want to change the source of heating for a more efficient one, those consumers who want to these are not vulnerable categories. Those who want to move to electrical cars, they could benefit from subsidies, through which, on the one hand, we will do the decarbonization. On the other hand, we will reduce the bill, reduce the costs. Now, if you talk about vulnerable households, the program Rabla, this is second-hand car, I think. This is for second-car appliances, electrical appliances. This is for citizens who can change. They can their appliances. They can get some vouchers, and they can pay the price difference between an old appliance, which consumes lots of energy, and a household appliance which is more energy efficient and consumes less. Now, all of that, at least the way we see it, this is very, very important, this cooperation between our ministries, because the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection cannot design programs in any area of energy efficiency because they do not the peculiarities when it comes to the impact and the necessary investments. And the Ministry of Energy cannot tell you who should benefit from the subsidies and who should not benefit from the subsidies. So that is this is the bread of the Ministry of Social Protection. So what we want is for the Ministry of Social Protection, after they define vulnerable households, and of course, even if they need to work on this mechanism, it will be ever-changing. It is okay for the mechanism done in 4 months that it is not a perfect tool. It's okay. It will get perfected. But after we define the vulnerability categories, subject to these categories, the eligibility for different energy efficiency programs will also vary, including the percentage of grants could vary, grants that a household could benefit from, subject to its level of vulnerability. And there is work to do when it comes to these two ministries. And here we count on the support of colleagues who will allocate some of the money towards energy efficiency and not just for bill compensations. So I'll end here. Thank you. Thank you, Victor. Minister, it is important for the ministries to cooperate between them and understand their respective roles. And while I was listening to you, in my mind, I have this message. I have a Venn diagram now, very clear in my mind, where you have 3 circles. In one circle, you have energy security that is ensured by the Ministry of Energy. Another circle is energy efficiency, which is ensured Ministry of Energy and Ministry of Economy and digitalization and Ministry of Infrastructure. And another circle is fighting poverty, energy poverty, where an important role is played by the Ministry of Social Protection and Labor. And in the center of these circles, you have this room, where you have all of the developer partners here. You have the representatives of the leadership of the government who should coordinate all of these efforts. Now, on short term, in a firefighting mode, these compensation mechanisms, they are expensive for the budget of a country. Of course, we intervene systemically to reduce poverty, but we do it in the context of some crises which we hope are temporary. So, the Energy Reduction Vulnerability Fund in the last winter costed a lot if we relate it to the economy of Moldova. The fund, I mean, I'm not talking about the budgeted fund, which was higher because we had a milder winter, but the real expenditures were more than 0.2% from GDP. So this is a very consistent effort, which, we must ask ourselves if it is sustainable. So let me ask, give the floor to Rogers Giovanni, representative of the IMF in Moldova. And let me ask you, sir, how does IMF interpret sustainability of this policy, the sustainability of the policies of compensating energy bills, and how do you see this mechanism going further? What is the view of the fund on this particular mechanism? Rogers, you have the floor. Huh?
Thank you so much. The way to start, I wanted to say, between you and Minister Buzu, there's also a lesson in terms of how to facilitate a good transition in ministries. I hope what you have done will be replicated by other ministers. I think this is a commendable effort. Your cooperation before and after has been very exemplary, and I hope Minister Palikov already has someone shadowing his expertise. Thank you so much. I think from the perspective of the IMF, Moldova's story remains one of the best examples in terms of how to deal with a particular situation, but also importantly in terms of how to structure these kind of interventions. The Energy Vulnerability Fund was conceived in a crisis, and I think it is important that we are having this reflection. And I wanted to touch on two things. First of all, what we think worked very well, and then in terms of your question, what we think would be the best direction also going forward. So from the perspective of the IMF, and I also speak on behalf of some of the partners here, I think what worked very well firstly was the fact that you allowed the price mechanism to work. So you did not interfere with the pass-through. You allowed the prices to feed through and reflect, and I think that is very impressive. It is a tough political decision, I know, but you managed to handle it well, and the way you did it as well was to focus or target the most vulnerable. And by paying attention to these aspects of mean testing, I think you departed from what was done even in other big principles. And I think this is something that we greatly admire. And over the years, I think you've also paid attention in terms of refining who are the most vulnerable. I don't think we would have expected you to pay attention to more than one metric going through a crisis, but Moldova did a good job in looking not just only at the household income, but the realities about the heating systems and everything. I think this was also a very impressive effort. And then there's the issue of transparency. It was done in a way that we can see on our bills what you're contributing. And I think this is also a principle which has to be commended and emulated. But I think the most important part is also how you were able to be flexible enough to adjust. The anti-fraud mechanism which we introduced, I think this is something which other countries can also learn. In a way, it shows how you were using the partners to come up with a very strong system. Now, I think the reality is crisis is gone, so it would be unfair to assume that a mechanism which was put in place for a crisis should remain unchanged going forward. So what is happening right now, I think, is exactly that. We need to evaluate and decide, so how does it look going forward? And this is where I think what Minister Palikov said is important. We must win the hearts of people. So how do we do that in the context of this system? As Minister has already alluded, the fiscal space for Moldova has competing demands. Whilst on the one hand, we're talking about climate change, growth has slowed down in the last few years. So you see that as we are moving ahead discussing warfare considerations, other colleagues are going to be talking more about whether we have the room to do all these things. I think there's an opportunity to achieve both. We should not default on what the government was put in place, which is to take care of its people. And in this regard, I think in terms of sustainability, what you're doing, I think correct, would also be this idea of having one instrument for social protection, because that will allow you to review carefully in terms of how best to reach out to the most vulnerable. But I think as we're also reflecting on that, we need to think about how best to structure the tariff. So right now, the working with the companies has worked very well. We would also seek some kind of openness to explore an alternative way where we start now delinking the the subsidy from looking at consumption to maybe focusing more on income. I think this will allow you to do it slightly differently. So for instance, if we were to consider passing on cash to those who are affected, they would be trusted enough to make a decision in terms of how to use the support that you're giving. And I think in the area of supporting poverty, it's always good to give people the choice to decide how best to use the support that they're getting from government, not only from the human rights perspective, but also from energy poverty perspective. So I would think one of the things that needs to be considered going forward is maybe to also look at how best to monetize the benefit, because that could also address poverty more directly. I don't want to monopolize. I think in terms of sustainability, clearly working with donors is going to be very important, and it's good that everyone else is on the table as reflected today. What normally works is when we understand the needs, it's easier to support. And I think you did a good job in justifying for the EVRF. This proactiveness has to continue because that's what's going to leverage additional support. Again, I want to start by saying Moldova's case was an example, and it continues to be an example. And the most important thing is that you made it a Moldovan-specific intervention. You did not just look at what others were doing and copycat and brought it here. You adjusted it, and I think the government needs to be congratulated on this approach. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That is true. Indeed, the approach of the Republic of Moldova was quite bold and innovative. After the winter of 2022, we committed to develop a more targeted mechanism. We have significantly compensated the price increase in the winter, which was before the last winter. Now, we've thought about a more targeted mechanism, but to implement a targeted mechanism, you need more information, you need data, which you collect from different sources. And in this sense, we see a different aspect of the problem, data governance. You look at the data, you look at the way you use this data to, first and foremost, develop public policies, because you need to ensure data security. You need to develop interconnections between different governmental policies, which would make use of the same data pools. Now, I would like to address Mr. Babatunde Abidowi and ask the following question. Governments base their public policies on data. How do we ensure that? How do we make sure that the data are interpreted correctly, particularly in an age of digitalization and IT?
Database policies.
Yeah, thanks. There's a little bit of lag. But hello? Hello? Okay. No, thank you very much, and thanks for having me here, and for the collaboration between UNDP and the ministry. There's been a lot of leadership from your side, from the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, and also Energy. And I know there's been a lot of work with the digital team, and we'll talk a little bit about the registration and a lot of that work that has been done. So that's been very, very helpful to start to understand and unpack all this different information, right? I think we understand that for this kind of investment and initiative in the country, a lot of information is important to come together, right? So from understanding energy consumption and behavior in the country to understanding households and their characteristics, right? And how the kind of consumption pattern. It's difficult to talk about energy efficiency without knowing the different demand and of the households. Right? So that's a big part of what we've been trying to do with and later in the day we'll talk a little bit about impact evaluation work. But my colleague in the country office here has been working a lot with you to figure out how to bring all that information together, and I thank our resident rep and DRR and Dumitru somewhere with all the other colleagues working with you to start to unpack that data. Right? One thing that I saw here, working with the team, is data from the government and data from the private sector and different surveys from the statistical office coming together. Right? And that's very, very important to understand not only energy poverty itself, right, but also poverty in general. Right? And without bringing those information together, it's very, very difficult to target. Right? So we're talking about targeting a lot in terms of the compensation, but I don't think it will be possible to do that targeting without the information that helps you to be able to do this categorization. So that's been something, that collaboration between the government and private sector is something that from UNDP and other partners we've been at a global level trying to figure out, right? And you've done an excellent job to bring that together in order to be able to understand this. There's the partnership that we have in UNDP with the World Bank and IMF and other agencies, the development data partnership, where we're trying to leverage private sector data from Facebook and other partners. And it's a lot of challenge bringing all of those partners and agreements together, right? But it's been able to do that in a short time, right? And be able to generate the different categories of vulnerable households. I think it's very commendable and helpful for the analysis that we've been doing. Also, there's all this registration of households that was done, right? About 70% of households that registered on a digital platform that didn't crash after 1 hour. Right, I think that's an amazing amount of work to register that level of households. And we talk a lot about leaving no one behind. We talk a lot about ensuring that the vulnerable households are captured. I think all the effort that was put in place to provide that support to register the households, get enough information to do that categorization, are the kind of things that many governments dream of having, right? And being able to do that in a short space here is very, very good. We saw a little bit of that in different countries during COVID, right? There are some countries that try to invest in registering people and doing social protection, and some of those we celebrated some of those in the SDG moment in 2021, 2020. But it's not something that we see in many countries. So these are bold choices that you made in the country, and we're glad to be able to provide that support from our side. While that is 70% is great, right? It's, as you know, and we've discussed some of this, we continue to work with you to ensure that the 30% that are not registered, to understand their profile and to understand why they were not registered, right? So that we can be able to ensure that no one is left behind in terms of that, especially in terms of access to the digital space. But I know you have all that on your mind as you continue to do that. Lastly, there's a lot of data, there's a lot of information available. We've worked with you in UNDP and to be able to unpack that, actually bringing different people together. But I know that you also have the willingness, which we've discussed, to bring in the academia and other partners in the country, right, to continue to look at that data and start to unpack it, right, because we're going to need it, especially in terms of sustainability over time, in terms of understanding the best way of rolling out this kind of social protection and support to the vulnerable households. But those are some of those kind of information that I think is important as we go, and I know there's a lot that we will continue to do together, and our country office colleagues are there to support. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Davidoye. Într-adevăr,
as a result of the implementation of the Energy Vulnerability Fund, we have a lot of data now which didn't exist before, and they can serve good for experts, for academia, for a better analysis of this phenomenon, which is energy poverty, because until now energy poverty was interpreted based on polls, based on some less data, but now we have incredible amounts of data, which was hard to imagine a couple of years ago. Now we have a base for a better definition of energy poverty, because when we want to mitigate energy poverty, reduce energy poverty, we must first of all understand what is energy poverty and what is the incidence of this one, and what are the reasons for energy poverty, and how do we intervene to reduce energy poverty by tackling the reasons, because energy poverty is not cannot be compared to general poverty, because some households can have high incomes, but because they live in some apartment blocks or apartments which are inefficient, they consume a lot, they become energy poor. But if they lived in better conditions, they wouldn't be energy poor. So it's not just to do with revenues, but also the energy profile of the buildings. So we need to come back to the discussion about energy poverty, structural one in Moldova, beyond the shock that we felt. And as Mr. Buz was saying, even if the government and the partners helped us run this mechanism and mitigate the shock, our households still felt the shock of this winter. They have anyway seen an increase in energy poverty if gas prices increase sixfold, and the government paid for half of the bill. Simple mathematics. The family paid 3 times more than they paid previously. They anyway felt the shock. So we need policies to decrease energy poverty going forward, and to better understand what does energy poverty mean. I invite here the expert, Maria Vremesh. She's a consultant of the UN, with a bit more technical presentation about how you measure energy poverty and policies to reduce this phenomenon. Maria, you have the floor. Thank you. Moderator. I almost called you a minister. Indeed, to understand better and to develop these policies, it is important to define energy poverty, to see how is it defined and how can we define it so that we have a clear impact and a clearly understood impact and clear targeted impact on households in general. I will dwell a bit on the existing approaches when it comes to energy poverty and definition of this one at the European level, as well as what has been done in this country. Generally, there is no strict definition of what is energy poverty, and each country defines this phenomenon individually, given the context and given the needs of this country. So, energy poverty has been defined I mean, there are strict definitions, official definitions at the national level. In some countries from Europe, such as Cyprus, France, Spain, Scotland, Slovakia, and UK, one can also have some forms of energy poverty, or definitions of energy poverty, which are unofficial in some countries. But generally, energy poverty is defined as the household which is not able to ensure an adequate level of energy services for a decent living and for the insurance to ensure enough energy for the household. At the European level, there are different approaches of energy poverty, and amongst the first countries who have introduced an official definition of this one, which is known as fuel poverty, was UK, which defines that a household is poor in terms of fuel if they have to spend more than 10% of their income on fuel to maintain an appropriate level of heat. Now, on the official website of the European Commission, you have the French definition from the law Grenelle II, where energy poverty is a situation when a person has difficulties to get necessary energy for the dwelling in order to satisfy the basic needs. The recommendation of the European Commission on energy poverty defines poverty as a situation in which the households cannot have access to energy services, essential energy services, and lighting, cooling, and electricity, because these are essential services or which are at the basis of a good health and decent living conditions. For comparability purposes between states, long-term, we have developed at the European level certain composite indicators, such as the European Index of Energy Poverty, which actually talk about mitigating energy poverty. And this indicator is made out of two sub-indexes. One is the poverty of consumption in household, and the other one is transport energy poverty. Also, European Commission is offering for groups of indicators which are relevant and they are associated with energy poverty. One group of indicators are the ones which compare expenditures for energy with the income, and there is a threshold above which the expenditures for energy, if they exceed this threshold, then the household is considered energy poor. Other indicators are those based on self-assessment, where the households are asked whether they can afford to ensure energy resources to heat the house during the winter or to cool it during the summertime when it's warm. There's also indicators based on direct measurements, which measure physical variables, whether the household can afford 18 degrees Celsius in the bedroom and a bit more than 20 in other rooms. Indirect indicators are those which measure energy poverty through arrears to the bills, or the fact that the household is disconnecting itself in order to be able to maintain the house as warm as possible and to maintain quality of life. Now, in Moldova, there is a definition of energy poverty defined through Law 139 from 2018, with updates from 23. There was an update in 23 of this law. It says the following: energy poverty is a situation which is characterized by the lack of access of consumer to modern energy sources and technologies, or through the purchase of the power of purchasing, reduced purchasing power of consumers in relation to energy resources, or because of the lack of heat in the dwelling. So you have accumulation here of three approaches, of three components, of energy poverty. Now, in the report that we have prepared in 2021-2022, by a group of experts with the support of UNDP, we have analyzed more measurements of energy poverty, both based on expenditures as well as based on consensus. So, when you talk about expenditures, we have analyzed expenditures for energy above a certain threshold and under a certain threshold, the so-called hidden energy poverty. And also, we have conducted calculations based on household budget surveys presented by the National Bureau of Statistics. And we have conducted calculations both in relation to the available income as well as in relation to the expenditures. We have analyzed, as you may well see, a series of actually 7 poverty thresholds, and you can see here the figures, which are different, but that depends on the generosity of the threshold which was obtained. Let's say if the weight of expenditures for energy in relation to the available income is more than 10%, then there is a lot of households which are part of the of this particular threshold. This is data from 2020. And close to it, you have by households. Well, now I've made some calculations, and if I were to apply the same thresholds to the data from 2022, without considering the compensations that were made by the government to cover or to provide support for energy poverty, then the poverty would have been far greater. It would have gotten maybe to 80%. So I just looked quickly through the database, and I tried to make the calculations. And I can tell you for sure that the energy poverty would have been far greater. At the same time, when I looked at the poverty data for 2022, and you have noticed on the website of the Statistics Bureau that poverty increased in 2022, which was to be expected. And there was with all the compensations allocated by the government, the poverty still grew. But there was a redistribution of the structure of consumption of households between. So what happened? What happened is that they've decreased the expenditures for food and for vacation, for education, for health, especially in the villages. They've reduced the money for health, and they've put on more money for fuel and for heating the house. So that actually, when you don't take into disregarding actually the fact that you had these investments, because the household budget survey includes all of the expenditures that all of the money that have been provided by the government during this period of time. But I should tell you that when we worked on this report, at the end of the day, we ended up with 3 approaches, which we took as a foundation. And let me draw your attention to the fact that we have analyzed by types of heating. You can see on the screen, even if there are 3 different definitions, and as a percentage-wise they are different, as incidence of energy poverty it is different, still the picture is similar. Well, each country can afford to offer support to a group of people. We stop with this group, we provide this support, as it was done in our case. We have a couple of groups of vulnerability, and we have covered by parts. We have allocated support by parts, but the picture is similar. So the most affected ones are households which are heated with convectors, with air conditioning, with heaters. They're most affected by poverty. They consume so much. And then you have those which are heated with coal and liquid fuel and wood, followed by those which use natural gas. I mean the boilers using natural gas. As you may well see, the picture is similar for all these 3 thresholds which I have analyzed with the expert team. Based on the household budget survey. All of these thresholds, they have both advantages as well as gaps, and I'll stop at these gaps and advantages so that you understand what is the challenge here. Let's say, if you look at the 10% approach, those who have a consumption for fuel which is higher than 10%, in terms of advantage, this is simple to measure. It is the mechanism of compensation, easy to implement. You have the threshold and you've implemented it. But here, the incidence is so high. And why? Because besides this, here we can capture households which they are well off, they have high energy consumption just because their salary is high enough, they can afford it, but it is higher than 10%, but they're okay and they can receive compensation. Yeah, they can receive compensation. At the same time, you can exclude poor households because the income of the household is so small, 10% is a lot, and the household may not fit within the criteria for the compensation. And there's also the approach of double median. This is one advantage, and this takes into account the evolution of the increase of comfort in a society and consumption of energy in a society. But here the incidence is already too small. The double median is quite a modest threshold, and here also we have a limitation that you can have various groups of households, both those who are well off, but also you can exclude the worst, those which are worse off because of the threshold, and then you correlate the consumption of energy with the revenue. This is a well-targeted approach. What we've done here, we've made an analysis of the available income by equivalent adult related to the consumption of energy, and we have looked at the distribution, and we have put a threshold where the distribution was uniform based on looking at the lower end of distribution. And we considered it as expert at 9%, which was about 370 MDL by equivalent adult when it comes to consumption of energy. So this is a good threshold, and it's a good targeting. They target the poorest households. It creates a good basis for the minimum consumption basket, but the incidence is very small. They just barely cover the aid for the winter, and this is also a limitation. At the same time, by definition, you have here the poorest households, which consume at a minimum, and they are at the at under the decent level, decent living level, and these are the findings of our report, which we've done at the beginning of 2022 with the support of UNDP Moldova. And all of these approaches, they somehow are a further basis for the further development of these policies of supporting the population. One more thing to add at the end is that I looked at the distribution of stocks of natural gas consumption by months, the consumption in the residential sector, and I should tell you that compared to 2021-2022, one can see a significant decrease, and the decrease varies between 31 and 58% in 22 in relation to 2021 compared to the subject to the month. In the last months of October, November, December, so this was, the highest decrease was in October because October was a relatively warm month. But in November, December, the decrease was 40%. So the same thing in terms of decrease was by 10% less for electricity in the residential sector. I looked specifically at this data in the statistics, and I should tell you that the promotion of these policies and promotion of saving policies, and the population has really understood that, and that was reflected in the data presented by the NBS for 2022.
Thank you very much, Madam Gremish. These approaches are not theoretical approaches only. They have a very practical use. This analysis of various methods of measuring energy poverty was a starting point for us when we were trying to establish the thresholds for categorizing households. We added other parameters as well, such as consumption of the household, because it's one thing when you have a household of 2 people and 10% of the revenue goes for energy, and it's a totally different situation when the household is composed of 5 people and 10% go for energy, because the costs are very different, and that was the part of the formula for establishing the extent of vulnerability. Plus, it is quite difficult when you need to look into the weight of the energy costs. It is very hard to identify the households that are using energy for purposes other than heating. Last year in November, we were trying to use indirect methods to identify crypto farms, families that are connected to the district heating, and they consume about 5 gigacalories for heating, and then about 1,000 kilowatts for electricity. And we did not allow to provide subsidies for such families because it was quite clear that electricity was not used for heating. I would have many more things to tell you, but we only have 10 minutes. So let's see the panelists if they have any extra comments. Mr. Buzu? I would like to clarify what the colleagues have said, particularly Victor. This crisis made us do these leapfrogs in compensations, in energy security, in savings. At least Myself, I do not see this as complacency. What we have done requires a new standard. And the question for us is, did we do this because it was a crisis situation, or is it possible to do things this way? So we, as the government, are we able to make the leapfrogs in other areas, such as social security, reduction of non-formal labor, countering violence, gender equality, energy efficiency? In my view, this is the key question for us. And this is the standard. If within 4 months we managed to make this leapfrog, then we are able to do other things as well. And every other issue should be treated as a crisis. And that's the only way to handle it, apparently. We, as decision makers, as ministers, we do not have the moral right not to finalize the job, because we have the trust of our citizens, we have the trust of our partners, which are at stake. What were the lessons of the COVID crisis? Remember, we were going out to balconies and applauding. We realized how important care is, how important the work of the first-liners is, of the police officers, of the nurses, of doctors, how important is the work of a teacher. And we, as a society, we realized that. You see, today's event is about raising the responsibility. We have no moral right to forget the lessons learned from the COVID pandemic. I am still interiorizing the message of Mr. Buzzo. Dear colleagues from the panel, would you like to intervene? Yes, Mr. Pavlikov. Since I have the microphone, I would like to say a few words for the IMF. It is one thing, at least for me it is evident. Energy efficiency is one of the most direct paths to poverty reduction, to a more green development, to the hearts and minds of people who will be able to see the positive effects of European integration. People should not be hostages of the agenda that goes like, oh, European integration is about crisis and other things that we hear in the hybrid war. We must not forget, however, that this leapfrog, the humongous leapfrog that Madam Vremesh has mentioned, and the savings of energy were only possible because of extraordinary prices. The prices soared, literally skyrocketed. And this is not about the Republic of Moldova only. Why are we viewed as a success story? The EU managed to reduce its dependence on Russian gas from 40% market weight of Gazprom on European markets to 10 or to less than 10%. It is an enormous effort from the point of view of the EU. They haven't expected that they will be able to reduce this dependency that quickly. But we must be aware of the fact that this was only possible under the pressure of prices, both in our case and in the case of the EU. However, in the Republic of Moldova, the price on energy for some reason. Yeah, now I'm talking as a minister, not as an expert, and my statements are political statements. But I still believe that artificial subvention of energy prices is a huge disadvantage to us in the long run. We have 0% VAT for the electricity consumed by households. In the long run, it leads to energy inefficiency and higher costs. It leads to the fact that the budget will not have sufficient resources to intervene and assist those who do need this help. The greatest beneficiaries of these subventions are not the poor. The poor consume little. The key beneficiary of this subvention is the rich consumer, which consumes a lot of energy. And the one who has a sauna or a swimming pool, why on earth should that person get a subvention? And we should give that money to him and not to a vulnerable consumer or not for the energy efficiency investment. We have 8% VAT for natural gas, 8% compared to the standard 20% rate. So 12%, that's fiscal subvention. No one is aware of that, but that is built into the structure of the budget and into the structure of prices. Okay. Households that consume natural gas, particularly considering the reduction on the prices of natural gas. Do we really need to keep this subvention? My personal opinion, again, I am in a political position and this may be viewed sensitively, but I personally believe that this is a good time to give up on these subventions. This money should be levied as taxes. That would increase the financial envelope of the budget, and we should use that money for targeted investment into financial support of those who really do need that. And we should also use that to invest in energy efficiency, and that will have a long-term effect. Because as long as we stay in the illusion of cheap energy because of the fiscal subvention, we will be wasting energy. This is the nature of human beings. Thank you. Excellent. This instrument of the Energy Vulnerability Reduction Fund can help us change the taxation for energy. We could help with the VAT for the vulnerable ones. Madam Remesh. Yes, I would like to add to what Mr. Parlikov has said. Energy poverty is not indispensable to human poverty or monetary poverty. It is in correlation with these that we will be able to identify the most vulnerable groups that indeed need the support of the state, and we wouldn't be wasting the resources of the state where we do not need to use them. That is true. Dear colleagues, do we have any questions from the audience? Yes, please. And Mr. Giovanni wanted to say something.
Issues raised by Minister. I think the IMF has stepped up its engagement, and one of the ways in which we are trying to help in terms of moving on into this area is we've developed a new instrument, the Resilience Sustainability, which is aimed at increasing our footprint in the area of climate change. And I agree with all these efforts without moving into energy efficiency. But again, we need to realize the constraints that have been mentioned by Minister, and indeed an analysis of how much Moldova is losing in terms of incentives or tax expenditures, especially on VAT. And our study showed that Moldova is losing about 3 to 5% of GDP in concessions alone on VAT. As part of the current program, we have an understanding that progressively these losses should be worked on, but we understand it's also politically sensitive. But I think it's good when we have our leaders here openly saying this is a problem that we need to address. Moldova has enjoyed, as already said, strong support from its partners. But over time, these resources will not always be there. So we need to find a way to also show that there's an internal adjustment. And I entirely agree that revisiting the issue of tax expenditures will be very key to identifying resources for energy efficiency. Thank you again for offering us this opportunity to be on this platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chawani. Babatunde, you are the last not to have a second chance.
So just one quick one, right? I think that we've talked a lot about energy poverty. We've talked a lot about data and inefficiency of energy resources. But I think what my colleague was saying earlier is very important, right? So if we know households that are poor, right, and have need to be, that will not be able to afford their energy bills, they should be supported. But if they're not in need for that, they should not be supported. And the only way we know that is through the household survey, through the different data that we're trying to integrate. And right now we see that there's no integration between those household budget surveys and the digital data that we've collected, and we'll talk about it later, right? The more we can integrate that, the easier it is to be able to target effectively. And be able to have those conversations around the compensation. Thanks.
Thank you. Sper că avem și întrebări din sală. Vă rog, domnule.
Question from the audience. Yes, Mr. Sainchuk. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the panelists for the exhaustive information that was presented to us. This is important. Let me say that the efforts of the government, taken with the support of the donors, have led to the fact that the funds of the Energy Efficiency Fund have been used efficiently in principle. They were targeting the beneficiaries and provided social protection for the population. Meanwhile, there were changes in the norms based on the application, based on the level of vulnerability, because we wanted to target the protection system even better. Dear ministers, now looking back, what would you have changed now, based on the experience of the application of the system? Yes, then your decisions were very good. But now, looking back, what would you do? What would you do differently? And now the second question. We have electricity, we have gas, we have hot water, we have heating. Well, in the future, are the households going to get access to all these resources? Because yes, it's good that we are trying to provide resources to our country, but the most important thing is to make sure that we can give the citizens access to these resources. Thank you very much for your question. You see, the problem in our social welfare is the following. Structurally, we can't reduce poverty. If we look at the data for the last 5 years, we will see that it's about 5 or 6% reduction in poverty that we are able to achieve. Our social welfare system is distorted. some of the benefits are not well targeted, and we have very few services available. So we need to balance these two elements. Every family, every person that has social welfare benefits should be supported by services and by benefits. In terms of the vulnerability, energy vulnerability, well, there are two things which we will need to do. I do not know how realistic it was for us to do this. We had some households which were not fully enrolled in the program. There were households where the key source of energy were wood, coal, pellets. We had to build the system in record time. So we based it on the energy suppliers. And there were some households which were not covered, neither by our classical program, APRA, nor by the program of compensations. So we need to correct this unfair situation. We also should have targeted the actions much better. We could have used the same fiscal envelope and target better. We could have covered 70% for the vulnerable households without increasing the costs in general, and this is what we intend to do further. In terms of energy, I would tell you the following. The only thing that we could have done better was communication. The way we managed the crisis in the field, the way we faced the technical challenges, the way we ensured safety and security, well, this was almost excellent. For Brussels, for Paris, for Washington, we are a success story. But you see, the elections do not occur in Brussels, Paris, or Washington. They occur in Chisinau, Bulgaria, in some other places. So we need to win the hearts and minds of people here. We need to convince them that this was a success. And I think the most important thing was the fact that we have managed the crisis and we managed to convince people. We managed to convince them to use the assistance which was granted. And the government has solved the problem, has found an answer to the crisis situation. The crisis was not generated by the government, as the opponents say. It was not created by the government or by Maia Sandu. It comes from a different source, and we managed it, and we made sure that everyone had energy, heating, and many other things. But unfortunately, in the public narratives, which are still there, we hear this argument, oh, the government was the problem. No, the government was a solution. It just couldn't explain this to people convincingly enough. This is, to answer your question, what I would have done differently. And I'm trying to convince people of our vision in the future. And this general objective of the government, the European integration, can be quantified in terms of specific benefits for every person, every household, every person that lives in this country. Because the European factor is not something abstract which is only interesting for the bureaucrats in Chisinau and Brussels. This is something which is practically felt in the pockets of people, in their quality of life, in their comfort, and many other things. This is my job, and this is what I'm doing.
Thank you for solidarity to the social partners. This is important, and we thank the panel members. Now, we have a break until 2. This is a lunch break, and you're all invited to the hall.
Pauza de prânz, avem un panel foarte interesant, așa că eu vă încurajez să rămâneți, să participați, să implicați activ. Mersi foarte mult!
Doamnelor și domnilor, bine ați revenit după pauză la conferința combaterea sărăciei.
To the conference on fighting energy poverty in Europe.
Vitalie Kondratski și am onoarea să...
Kondratski, I'm honored to moderate the following panel, which is dedicated to fighting energy poverty in the EU and in the neighboring countries. Lessons learned. First of all, let me introduce the speakers of today. Marius Constantin Budai, Minister of Labour and Solidarity, Social Solidarity from Romania. Martinas Tsiurkus, sorry for the pronunciation, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Social Security from Lithuania. Corina Așder, State Secretary of the Ministry of Labour and Social Protection of the Republic of Moldova. Carolina Novak, State Secretary for Decarbonization of the Ministry of Energy of the Republic of Moldova. And online, Dora Biondari, she is the European Observer of Energy Poverty, and Branislava Marsenic, she is an expert in the area of natural gas and Consumers' Rights Protection. She is the coordinator of the Center for Mitigating Energy Poverty as part of the Energy Community Secretariat. Now, as it was stated a number of times, Moldova is considered to be the most affected country by the energy crisis lately, after Ukraine, of course, but the whole EU was affected by this energy crisis, by the spiking crisis, and 8% of the population of the EU, or 35 million citizens, did not have the heating comfort, according to a study. So in this panel, we will tackle solutions that have been found in other countries. And the first question would be to our guests from Romania and Lithuania. Well, what are the efficient solutions to tackle energy poverty in the EU in the context of this acute energy crisis? What are the lessons, important lessons, that we can learn from the experience of your countries and in this regard? Yes, sir. I think it's fine now. Good afternoon. Great to see you back again. This new development, which is an old one actually, of energy poverty, has been underlined during this period of time because of the war, because of other events that were not really dependent on us. What we can do in the future is very important. Of course, the actions from Romania focused in the first phase on vulnerable categories, on what we can do in line with the EU regulations of capping the prices, because the same thing was done by Lithuania. They've done the same. They came with a temporary capping of the prices, but also with a compensation, because that capping had to be compensated with payments to the energy suppliers, not to get into a more dire situation, which is to put energy suppliers into bankruptcy, because if we did that, we would be having no energy. So, for the Ministry of Labour in Romania, all the households, but all household consumers had compensations. Of course, some bigger, some lesser, subject to consumption of energy. Coming from 100 or under 100 kilowatts, more than 200 and 300, the level of compensations was much lower. If you talk about the economy, then we have compensated, through the Ministry of Energy, compensated bills to SMEs. Because I was saying in my opening speech that it would be unfair to support demand and not supply, and vice versa. And we then had to have a big focus on the corporates, by supporting them through related actions. So, because we're not talking about compensation of energy payments, but the measures had to be multiple, because maybe at a certain point in time, European regulation does not allow me to cap the prices endlessly, and then I have to come with other types of measures for the private companies to encourage them to keep jobs by subsidizing them with refresher courses, for instance. We have a very important measure in Romania that is very dear to me, which is apprenticeship. So those who want to qualify their staff, they receive funds from the state, and they qualify staff, and subject to the complexity of the job, this qualification training is from 6 to 24 months. During this period of time, quite an important amount of money per employee goes to the company. So what we do is we support one's business environment to qualify their necessary staff, to increase the competences, the skills of the staff, and second, we support them to defend their existing jobs or even to create other jobs through these measures. Well, this is a measure which is related. This is not a direct one to say, well, we today talk about energy poverty. I don't think that we should tackle this only in this manner. When it comes to energy poverty, we have to open up the horizons, and we have to increase the range of actions, of course, subject to financial possibilities. But any support that comes either to a vulnerable category, for instance, we have introduced in Romania a food voucher which we feed with money once in 2 months. This is another way to support vulnerable individuals, because here our primary focus must be at the same time on vulnerable categories and on the business environment, on businesses. And then, of course, after that, we must see that we don't lose jobs, because we will lack taxes to the state. We should not lose jobs because we will have other categories of social expenditures because of the increase in unemployment and other things. So I think that the range of measures must be much larger, and we should not be just within the realm of fighting poverty. Of course, besides those food stamps, we have introduced those tickets for energy for vulnerable categories. If we talk about energy, for a period of time for which you should have a biannual payment, focused once in winter and then at the beginning of the fall in October, to prepare people for the cold season, because then the expenditures are higher. But the energy expenditures, you understand that we need energy throughout the whole year. So measures must be focused in such a way that even though we don't come with a direct measure like this energy tickets, we have to come with related actions, which at the end of the day have the goal of decreasing the impact of the energy crisis, because we come after a sanitary crisis with the pandemic, followed by a financial crisis, which was exacerbated by the energy crisis, by the energy prices crisis, and then and I congratulate actually the Minister of Labor from Moldova for this initiative, because we can be in the same room, countries and people with different approaches. Those who implemented measures which many in the same direction, of course, in line with the requirements of the EU, but maybe some have implemented local measures that we all can learn from. Well, That would be what I wanted to share with you. I had more items here on my paper, but I reiterate. Generally, I would stick to those important things which I think are important categories of vulnerable citizens, because we have to prevent social exclusion, but also defending jobs. At the end of the day, this is my utmost belief. If we talk about jobs, the best social protection that we can offer to an individual is the existence of a job. And then I think here we need to work on this. And of course, there are many other measures in the economy, but it's not our place there. It's not the place to discuss those. Thank you very much for the attention and for potential questions at your disposal. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Same question goes to Mr. Surkus. How did you, in a Nordic country, how did you overcome this crisis, and what would be the lessons learned for the future?
Once more, again, hello for everyone. As I mentioned in the opening speech, EU strategies and legalization consider energy poverty a serious social problem. And European Union member states are recommended to develop a systematic approach and integrated policy solutions as a part of energy and social policy. Because at the moment we see that all European countries, they have their own approaches and they have different measures and different methods how to fight this energy crisis. Lithuania implements several measures to reduce poverty energy. These measures were developed by 4 ministers: Ministry of Social Security and Labor, the Ministry of Environmental, the Ministry of Energy, and of course the Ministry of the Finance. Ministry of Social Security and Labor coordinates 2 targeted measures: compensations for housing, heating and water costs, and payment of credit taken for the renovation of multi-apartment buildings, and interests to person entitled for compensation of the housing heating costs. So I will explain these 2 measures. The amount of the housing, heating and water cost compensations depends on the income of individuals, the families, so how many persons living together, the quantity of heat and water consumed, and their prices as well. So part of the cost is normative for housing, heating. If exceed 10% of the difference between the income of the family or single resident and fixed amount is compensated. It sounds a bit difficult, but actually we have the system not, it was not invited last year. We have it working, and we only adjusted some measurements for that more people will be allowed to have this heating compensations. So this fixed amount mentioned equals 2 state-supported income amounts, so which is 314 euros for each family member, or 3 state-supported incomes, so it's 471 euros for single resident. The housing heating cost compensation is allocated for the normative area of the accommodation. Let's say 50 square meters for a single resident, and then 10 for a single or 2 residents, and then 2 square meters for the third and subsequent family members, which is depends on your house, of your apartment, what size you live. So we support only standard and normatives for this. Let's say if you live in a house which is 200 square meters, so we support only 70 square meters if you have if your family is 4 members. This financial support is given regardless of the type of fuel. So it's central heating, electricity, gas, firewood, wood granules, coals, etc. In Lithuania, we have in different municipalities, we have different central heating prices. So it doesn't matter what price of the municipality for the central heating it is. Government support this level for all municipalities same. The water cost compensation covers part of the cost of drinking water, exceeding 2% of the income. It also covers the part of the cost of hot water, exceeding 5% of the income. So, in Lithuania last year, 5.5% of the population received housing, heating, and water cost compensations. Compared to 2021, the average number of housing and heating costs beneficiaries increased by 46%, so from 100,000 to 149,000 people. The size of average compensation when heating the house centrally increased by 71%, and when the heating house with other type of energy increased by 3.1 times, so it's much higher. Households pay for heating and water once per month. Accordingly, this measure is also applied once per month. Normally, compensations are granted for a period of 3 months, but the conditions for receiving this support were eased, and applications have to be completed only once a year for entire heating season. The Ministry of Social Security and Labor also responsible for payment of credit taken for renovation and interest. The persons who's entitled for compensation for housing heating costs. So we aim to create more favorable conditions for poor residents to participate in the process of renovation, of modernization of the multi-apartment building. Lithuanian legalization provides that residents receiving housing heating cost compensation are also given 100% support of the interest payment for the renovating of the apartment. In addition, preparation and maintenance costs of the renovation project and of these persons is responsibility of the environmental ministry. It means that renovation costs for the vulnerable group of people cost nothing. Now about the measures of other ministers. Since 2021, based on the climate change program, the Ministry of Environment provides support for vulnerable residents to install a solar power plant and change fossil fuel fired heating devices for heat pump or 5-class biofuel boiler. This amount on financing is 85%. So it's pretty good support even for people who have low incomes. The Ministry of Energy provides the compensation of electricity and gas tariffs. Partial compensation for the price of electricity and gas were introduced for all households consumers from the 1st of July 2022. Electricity price compensation will end on 1st of July on this year, 2023. The amount of compensation depends on the quantity of electricity and gas consumed on their prices. They are unstable and depend on the situation in resource exchange. Electricity price compensation was set per 1 kilowatt and the gas per 1 square meter. In the second half of 2022, an electricity price compensation up to 9 euro cent per kilowatt and VAT was applied to the tariff of electricity consumed by the household who's exceeding 24 euro cents per kilowatt. This year, the minimum price limit for 1 kilowatt of electricity, above which partial compensation of this price up to 9 euro cents applied, is 28 euro cents. But at the moment, we see that Lithuania buying electricity from market, and it was very high market prices last year, last summer, and actually we were paying highest prices in I think maybe in all European Union. Even our neighbors, Poland, were paying much less. And today, now the prices are stabilized and much, much lower than it was last year. Another measure, compensation of value-added tax for central heating. It's like you in Moldova, I think you have some kind of VAT reduction, so we do have same as well. It's implemented by the Ministry of Finance, and the temporary zero VAT for heating was applied for the heating season starting January last year, and was prolonged until 13 April 2024. This compensation applied directly by the heat suppliers, reducing the amount to be paid for the heat energy. And in Lithuania, almost the heat suppliers are not state but municipality-owned companies. So zero VAT was introduced instead of the former reduced rate of 9%. And the heating prices are different, as I said, in different living areas. Depending on the heating service provider, households pay for home heating once a month during the entire season. So all these compensations for the year 2020, and they still working in this year, there was bill of them, it was 2.4 billion euros. So it's to compare with GDP, it's about 1.6% of the GDP. So it's more or less like in Moldova, you have, if I remember, 1.3, your minister told. So energy poverty poses a major challenge, and tackling it requires a close cooperation between the ministries, other institutions, municipalities, private sector. And of course, one very important thing is IT sector, which is if we had opportunity to have more reliable data, so we could have more targeted compensations instead of this horizontal what not only Lithuania but in other countries were doing. So thank you.
Thank you. Mulțumim foarte mult.
Thank you very much for the detailed information and the information that can be a source of inspiration for us. Now I'll kindly ask Corina Ajdar to speak about the way the compensations were implemented in Moldova. Thank you very much. Ministry of Labour and Social Protection, which I represent, has launched the program, and we have told the citizens that a difficult winter is coming, and it was indeed difficult. Of course, we can't compare the situation of Moldova with the situation of our friends in Ukraine. But and there were times when we did not know whether we would get external support to cover the costs. The costs soared. Well, the price has literally doubled compared to the 15% of the revenue that people would pay for energy before, and we felt it. The pressure was extremely high, particularly on the most vulnerable. And here I would like to start by expressing gratitude to our partners who assisted us in handling this very difficult situation. Romania, together with France and Germany, coordinated an enormous effort of fundraising to help Moldova get beyond this crisis. There was this Support Moldova platform, which was organized both in Bucharest and Berlin. And as far as I understand, despite a major financial crisis at home, countries have identified resources to support Moldova. And we heard today a lot of words from the good friends of the Republic of Moldova, and we thank you very much for the support that was provided to us. Of course, on the background of daily news that Russia is reducing the amount of gas piped and Karolina Novak is going to talk about the effects of the crisis later. We had to respond to this crisis as government. And we were thinking about ways to target people in the best possible manner and, of course, about where to get the money for this. We had an equal system of compensations for everyone, and it was not differentiated based on the needs. The wish was to have a fairer system. We wanted to cover the needs which were greater. And just like our counterpart from Lithuania said, the lack of data was a problem. How do we find these people? That was the question. And as Mr. Minister Bozo has said in the previous panel, the solution was to create a digital system in record time and with the support of our colleagues from the UNDP. And we thank them very much for the support. We had a technical team built of top-level experts. The ex-minister, colleagues from the UNDP, Mr. Parlikov, who has mentioned this before, and they worked day and night to set up a digital system where every citizen would be able to register. And thusly, we would get the data to target the needs of people. We have created the digital system, and we encouraged the households to register. We have almost 800,000 records, and there are slightly more than 1 million households in Moldova. So you see, it's quite a large number of households who have registered. And once again, we are very grateful to the social workers and the librarians who have registered almost half of the households. There were people who needed help. A digital system was not sufficient. They needed someone to help fill in the form. And the social workers, the librarians who have their own jobs, besides this enormous additional workload, they did get involved and they decisively helped those who needed help. And there was a lot of information provided, the family revenue, the number of children, the consumption of energy. We wanted to distribute households in different categories of vulnerability. And we had different levels of categories of vulnerability, low, medium, high. And those who did not want to be part of the system, they could say that they are not vulnerable, and then they would be excluded from the program.
Cumva un overview la situația după 5 luni de sezon rece, pentru că Republica Moldova sezonul rece este din luna noiembrie până
In Moldova, the cold season is between November and March, and about 80% of those who have registered
deci sunt în categoria foarte ridicată, cea mai ridicată, deci categoria cu cel mai mare nivel de vulnerabilitate energetică.
And all 80% of those who have registered are in the category of high vulnerability. Later, the figure went down because there was the anti-fraud system,
În baza datelor disponibile,
and it checked based on the data available from the cadastre, from the tax authorities. We checked the validity of the statements, and people were recategorized. But mostly those who have registered, they did need the help. Now, in terms of funding, the second problem that we had, well, we budgeted about 300 million euro or 5 billion Moldovan lei for this cold season. And the question wasn't probably, will we find this money, because it was clear that we had to find the money. Otherwise, we were risking social collapse, because people had to face the prices the way they were. And then the next question was, where do we cut our costs? Hospitals, students, retired, because we were supposed to increase their pensions, and well, we had to think about cutting some of the urgent needs. And the support of the partners has enormously helped us to make fewer extremely difficult decisions. The countries, the EU, and the other countries that were present here managed to cover most of this amount that we have budgeted. And that gave us a chance to handle easier the other pressing crisis situations. Mr. Minister also spoke about the perception of the population. We were thinking whether people would understand technically what categories were. There was a regulation, and the former minister communicated that. People have very quickly understood what the whole thing was about. And the key topic of discussion in the kitchen was always what was your energy category. And most people are happy with the compensation that they have received. Almost 60% of those who have received the compensation are happy with it. And 89% of people do know what the system of compensation is. This is encouraging. And I would like to conclude on a note related to some risks in the context of this targeting. And I'm so happy to see the technical team and there were people who were responsible for the petitions and complaints from the citizens. There was a hotline, and the ministry had to invest resources in helping the citizens and providing them information. Today in the morning, the colleagues have said that they have drafted 56,000 emails to respond to the petitions of citizens. 56,000 for 5 people. That's more than 500 mails per day. That was an enormous effort. And I would like to use this opportunity to thank you. You have faced these enormous challenges. You provided information to the citizens respectfully. In the middle of the winter, when I took up the office, there were a lot of people at my door who wanted their compensation to be recalculated. And the effort of the ministry was decisive. And the next effort is related to structural problems. I also work on the matter of informal employment, or black market employment. And we have seen some structural vulnerabilities. Very often the complaints were the following: oh, this person is working unofficially and he's getting a bigger compensation than me, who is paying all the taxes. So we have all felt on their own skin the problem, the pain of this informal employment. And that means that we need to handle this, because we can't do justice just using the digital system of compensations. We as a ministry, we shall continue, and we will make sure that we create a fair society. Thank you very much.
Just one more to add from me. There were many petitions. There was this digital tool, a very useful one, which gathered data, but at the same time we know that more than half of the population of this country is rural one. Maybe they don't have access to internet. How did you arrive to this population? And the second part of the question is heating sources, energy sources, because in the houses in the villages, maybe not everyone has natural gas. How did you cover these categories of people? Yeah, sure. Without the intervention of social assistants and of the librarians who were there in every village and who could help every household with or without a computer, with or without a laptop, with or without a smartphone, we would not be able to cover such a huge number of people. So we were able to reach these people due to the efforts of our colleagues, social assistants and librarians. And I will not tire to thank them, because they had a crucial role in this winter. And when it comes to people who use other types of fuel, well, indeed, some people are using coal, wood, other types of fuel. There's another scheme, if you want, of support for these individuals. This is assistance for the cold period of the year. This year we want to integrate into this digital system compensations.gov.md, the part related to wood and other types of fuel in order to cover them for the whole month. And we'll work on that now. Thank you very much for these comments. Now let me go to the State Secretary Karolina Novak with a question. I saw how many actions of support towards energy efficiency, to reduce bills, exist in other countries. And I know that the ministry is preparing in Moldova as well various measures of support for energy efficiency. I want to ask you to talk about them, so that and to see how can they contribute to reducing energy vulnerability of the population. Thank you so very much. Hi everyone. I'm so happy to see that this conference is taking shape in Chișinău. This is an international one and it's important, and congratulations to the Ministry of Labour Social Protection for that. Vitaly, before talking about energy efficiency, it is hard for me to overlook the events that and the shock through which our country has gone. I really think that last year's crisis was by far the biggest crisis that the country has faced since independence. And this crisis peaked with the supply of natural gas and the shocks in the power system. I remind you that from October 2022, we are not anymore receiving natural gas from the Russian Federation. In November, for those who are looking into the press and they forget about the shocks that we've gone through, we've had 2 blackouts, and that in the country, and then household consumers, but also industrial ones, and these really shocked and concerned people enormously. But of course, in any crisis, you have an opportunity. And what this meant for us that meant an energy revolution, breakthrough. As of last year, we've diversified totally natural gas. We used the transvolcanic gas pipeline in reverse, and for those who are not from Moldova, we're not using anymore natural gas from Russia on the right bank of Dnistru River, and we're well positioned to continue diversifying totally on the right bank of Dnistru. Moreover, when it comes to the electrical networks, I remember in November when we were buying electricity every day, trying to make sure that we have the covered needs. And here I'd like to thank you so much, the colleagues from Romania. If it weren't for the synchronous connection from 16 March 2022, maybe we would have had a big blackout with huge losses in the country. So that must be said clearly. But now let me get back to energy efficiency area that we're dealing with. And by the way, also from the crisis of last year, we were able to create a Ministry of Energy from the scratch. And since we're dealing with supplies of energy and reducing consumption on the other hand, colleagues from the Ministry of Labour were dealing with energy vulnerability and absorption of shocks at the level of household consumers. Now, let's talk about energy efficiency specifically. First of all, the priority of energy efficiency is part of the EU acquis that our country has as an obligation towards the EU. This is the first principle, and it's called low-hanging fruit. Before thinking to develop new generation capacities on electricity as well as gas, you have to think where and how can you cut consumption of electricity. Now, in Moldova, compared to other countries, the largest consumption is in the residential sector, basically in the buildings. I mean, these are big energy consumers. So we have Soviet-style buildings. They have a low energy performance. We know that 70% of these buildings, they have quality. They have ranking D, low quality. At the Ministry of Energy, we want as key priorities, and by the way, now this is priority number 2 on the priorities of the Prime Minister, it is to launch an energy efficiency fund in the residential sector, and I think that the previous minister referred to this fund as well. We currently are saying that we are going to restructure Energy Efficiency Agency and through which we want to launch this fund at the national level and target, on the one hand, multi-story buildings, and on the other hand, individual houses. And here we'll have a grant component, but there will also be, and by the way, we work on that as well. We want to implement schemes of obligation schemes for energy efficiency, where the energy operators in Moldova will be paying a fixed tax, and this amount will then be reflected and applied in the energy efficiency fund. So, some can ask, well, why energy efficiency? Of course, these are the obligations that we have towards our EU partners. And here, one more aspect. We understood that our country has by far one of the biggest energy intensity, specifically at the level of buildings. Of course, we have to start from there. We have to start from the source of the problem. But on the other hand, everything to do with starting energy efficiency projects, this is also a massive opportunity to generate new jobs. This will also become a trigger to the economy and growth despite the inflation that we're facing with. So that brings an added value to the national economy. Another aspect, another priority, besides the energy efficiency fund in the residential sector, is this program that we are discussing with the Romanian colleagues when we paid a visit to the Minister of Energy from Romania, and the Super ESCO program at the level of public institutions. For those who don't know what Super ESCO is, well, we will be applying a national level program of renovation of public buildings. At this time, we are unfolding this program in 16 hospitals, but the difference between the program that we'll be implementing with Super ESCO, well, the savings that we'll enjoy in 5 or 10 years, where they'll be replicated. This will be a revolving tool by means of which we will use the savings, and we will be applying other energy efficiency programs on other public buildings. A third program, and by the way, a very important one, and it fits with the law on Energy Vulnerability Reduction Fund. This is the eco vouchers. The colleagues from IEA, which is Energy Efficiency Agency, they work intensely on that. Here we are talking about replacing old appliances. You know that the fridge is the biggest consumer in a household, and basically you replace them with other new appliances. And here we work on the law on energy ticketing and labeling, and eco-design, and increase the degree of energy efficiency in the appliances. So we have a lot to do. Certainly, we are a small ministry, and again, I underline here the role of the partners that we have internationally and with whom we are in permanent discussions almost daily. But let me mention what we need to do. What are the priorities that we need to have when it comes to energy efficiency? First and foremost, we need to have a national campaign that would clearly explain what are the benefits of a program or modernization through energy efficiency of a building. The fact that you can reduce the bill by 50%. And then, of course, this element can come with compensations, but we say that long and short term, this approach of renovation and or retrofitting, this is the most sustainable for long term, and it is the most friendly to the environment, because people they continue to confuse energy efficiency with reduction of consumption or switching off the light. That's another policy. By the way, France has two national plans. One is to reduce consumption, and the other one is energy efficiency. A second priority that we have, these are the key messages that we have here, is the institutional support. And here I refer within the government, by the way, to have a clear understanding of the priorities, and that energy efficiency is not something that we do just because we don't have nothing else to do, but our country needs programs, and we need a proactive approach, efficient approach in applying these programs. Another message is that one of identification of of a set of financial tools fit for purpose. Basically, I hope that we will get to a clear understanding that energy efficiency should not be just put on the table, but and treat it equally as you treat a gas loan or oil. I mean, you have to differentiate. And then there is the EU has already adopted the sustainable package of taxonomy, and we'll have to implement it here in Moldova as well. And we have to treat investments, green investments, be it energy efficiency or renewables, we have to have a different treatment compared to the fossil ones. Another message is institutional capacities, and the need to identify national capacities is very important in this whole process of reaching priorities that we are setting out at the Ministry, and I believe at the Ministry of Labor. And we hope, and here, by the way, I think it is very important to have an open approach when it comes to bringing Moldovan experts from other countries, and we should try and target them for them to come back home. Another message is that we need to talk. And by the way, I see this as a real challenge. We need to talk to our commercial banks because, by the way, at the Energy Efficiency Fund, we will get to it, and the component, which is 30–40%, which is not grant, that will be ensured through the support of commercial banks through a loan. And then we need to sit down with them and reach a sustainable solution regarding the planning of these tools. I guess that's it from me. Thank you, and have a nice debate going further.
Thank you very much. Now, I would like to have Dora Biondiani from the European Observatory of Energy Poverty online. And could we overview the solutions applied in different countries? Those that you found more efficient, most impactful?
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if starting that with the presentation of later on, but just a quick specification as Energy Poverty Advisory. Our mandate is to work specifically with municipalities. So we don't work at national level. However, I was listening at the colleagues mention about the difficulties that I found in their countries. And I notice a lot of words that are repeating. No matter what is the scale of government we are looking at, the challenges that are facing are almost the same. When we are talking about data, about identifying who actually are the vulnerable consumers, about the needs to work on energy efficiency, about to finding different supply solutions. I ask from the organizer if I can share my presentation now, and we can go through the different solutions that we found as the Energy Poverty Advisory Hub. I hope it is fine and you're able to see it. So as I was, it's fine. Okay.
Yes,
So
we do see. Yeah, thank you.
perfect. So as I was saying, firstly, our mandate, we are a central platform to support energy poverty, municipalities, and how to tackle and share expertise, basically what we're doing here today with you also. There are different organizations behind. These are the core team that we are supported from organizations that works spreading the information at the national level. The first things I wanted to focus with you, it's the new definition that just came out about energy poverty at the European Union level. But as you can see, encompass all the different elements we were talking today. It becomes more rich, and we see that it includes words like heating, hot water, cooling, lighting, energy power appliances, and all that combines the work of different departments, as we were also hearing today, social policies, and other economical instruments. What are we doing for the municipalities inside Europe at the moment? So we are supporting more than 80 municipalities and that are combined in 50 projects covering 13 countries of Europe. So as you can see, we are trying to put them in touch and sharing experience they have across all the different regions of Europe with their specificities. The support we give, so there is the local government, we pair them with a local expert that gives them the specific context, so know more about the legislation happening at national level and how they can support really the local aspect. And then we combine and put in touch with the other projects. What are the requests we received? And here also we see a tendency about soon before the crisis and war in Ukraine and what it happened this year with the new call. Municipalities are interested to know more, to develop their capacity on tackle energy poverty, to identify indicators that then are functional for them to plan actions, to identify also financial solutions. But then in the new call, we see new words coming out. With the increasing of awareness and knowledge of the municipalities, the thematic are also becoming more specific. There are municipalities that want to focus, for example, on understanding how to approach the minorities in, say, in their territories, how to work on specific rural areas. We were hearing also today what is the approach when there is not even an heating connection, when we are still relying on coal or firewoods, how we do rely with these people. What is the situation when we're talking about summer energy poverty? So there is a diversification of thematics that came into play when we are talking about energy poverty. Here I wanted to give you an example of what the municipality we were working with developed. Here it's reported Murcia in Spain. Murcia needed what they call the dynamization of their team. Basically, they already implemented action to tackle energy poverty and they realized they were not as impactful as they were expecting. So our expert worked on increasing their internal capacity, identify with them the set of indicators that give the chance to monitor and understand what was going on, and then helping them developing what they called a matrix of prioritization for the actions, in which they realized the actions they have been doing were probably relevant, but due to the difficulties, they didn't achieve the result expected. So this helped them to narrow down specific activities that not only have a high relevance, but are also feasible to approach faster and start gaining results soon, especially when we're talking about crisis and emergency measures. In another city in Zamość in Poland, the approach was slightly different. We were hearing right now to develop campaign. So what they wanted is not only their capacity, but to start designing together an awareness campaign to approach the different vulnerables. And here you can see this is the first design for a campaign to approach specifically elder people and then at household level. Other municipalities were very specific. Lumiar in Portugal already had in mind the needs to develop an energy community to change their supply of energy, but they wanted to do this energy community to target specific vulnerable consumers and reduce their costs. So the expert entered into action to help them not only design the panel system on the buildings and looking at the law and regulations to obtain the permit, but also to identify how vulnerable consumers' trust can be gained in order to become a real community and benefit of it. Ampelokipi Menemeni in Greece started their activity from trying to understand what were the stakeholders. Here today, we heard at the ministerial level the involvement of multiple ministers to work for the same goal. When we discuss at the city level, it's more or less the same. The city needs to work cross-departmental in order to tackle energy poverty, but also to rely on the support of external actors, civil society organizations, social workers. I'm happy to hear that the librarian helped in Moldova. So it's important to know what resources you have in order to activate them as fast as possible when it's needed, and also understanding that they are directly in touch with the vulnerable, so they can provide fruitful information. I reported, but this is just a short example of all our municipality, the resulting stages, Spain, in which they came to us saying, we suspect we have energy poverty. We have no idea of who are the vulnerable consumers. We want to identify it better. We need a complete diagnosis. So the experts supported them to identify the indicator, develop questionnaires, go household to collecting data, and then mapping what is going on. And now with this report, they told us they're able to move to the next stage and planning and designing future actions. So this is an example of what we are doing in Europe, but I wanted today also give an example of something that is accessible to all. So basically also to the neighbor countries. EPA designed together with the municipality and based on their experience, a series of different practical handbooks that can be given to the municipality to help them move step to step on how to tackle energy poverty. It's a trilogy. We will focus on diagnosis, planning, and implementation. Diagnosis is already out. It's in English, and we hope next year to be able to translate in more languages. And here the municipalities and local government can find information on how to move forward in their steps. We have also accessible for all online courses that are self-paced. They will always be accessible. And here municipality can learn more activities and be followed step by step. If we are looking about exchanging good practice, there is a database that we keep always live with information from projects across all Europe and then also above Europe. And we also welcome whoever has a new project to submit it in order to enrich even more with what is going on. We have, and this is at the national level, an updated national database with indicators that can be used, which also we wanted to underline one of the core part. It's what you see in the corner that it's bear in mind. So understanding not only the good value of an indicator, but also what are the limits and the trick hidden on a specific indicators. For example, here, if we are considering and monitoring energy poverty on the inability to keep the home adequately warm, we collect, of course, a useful information, but this does not say anything on how the people warm the house, or if they are warming only a limited amount, or if they are just going out most of the time. So it's important to have a critical analysis of what we are looking to. The last thing is we have network events. We have our international conference on site. This year will be in Warsaw in September. We will soon open the registration link so for people that want to attend. We have once a month what we call a lunch talk, in which we enter into specific topics, discussions with different experts, but also with the audience, and then additional webinars and other content to give the opportunity for people to exchange their knowledge. How to stay up to date with us to receive more information. Of course, on the website, you can find articles, information, and all the news that are coming out. And another thing is to follow all the different links. We have the help desk, we have Twitter and newsletter to know more what is going on in Europe, especially at municipal level. I hope that this information, even if it is a different level of governance, can integrate what it has been said before at higher level and give you an idea that the issues are more or less the same at different scales.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sper să rămâneți cu noi în continuare pentru a răspunde eventualelor întrebări din sală. Și acum vreau să trecem oareși cum aceeași întrebare comparativă referitoare la diferite țări, dintr-o altă perspectivă și sper că este cu noi conectată Branislava Marsenici, expertă în domeniul gazelor naturale și protecției drepturilor consumatorilor, coordonatoarea Centrului pentru Atenuarea Sărăciei Energetice în cadrul Secretariatului Comunității Energetice.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Greetings from Vienna, from Energy Community Secretariat to Chisinau, to Moldova. I would like to use the opportunity in the first place to congratulate indeed Moldovan authorities for the great work done in the previous year, especially taking into account the intensity of energy crisis. And I will come to illustrate this a bit later. And I would like to give also a bit of comparison what is done in Moldova and other energy community contracted parties, but also to give you a brief overview what was done in the EU member state and compare a bit what was done during crisis and what are the steps to be pursued after the crisis is over. So please allow me in the beginning, I would just throw a couple of numbers in terms of electricity and gas prices. As mentioned here before, also the challenge was huge, and illustration is that, for example, electricity prices in Moldova increased 100% only in the course of last year and reached the level of 22.5 euro cents, which is comparing to EU average, which is 27 euro cents, so it's close to that. And in gas markets, it's even more dramatic. So while the gas prices in Moldova increased since 2021 until now, like more than 4 times, and really reached a level of 11 euro cents, which is more than European average of European Union. So this is just an illustration, simple illustration of how magnitude the crisis and the problem of Moldova was, especially taking into consideration that standard of living conditions in Moldova definitely are not on the level of EU average, and what the job was in front of the colleagues from Ministry of Energy and Social Affairs. So once again, congratulate for that. What was done during crisis in European member states is that half of the measures employed to support households were related to direct support. And this means that countries were providing subsidies or vouchers, support to pay energy bills, something that you did as well. Another kind of support was related to reduction of energy bill, actually, instead of increasing available income. And some of the examples were tax reductions and eventually freezing of tariffs. Another half of measures that were employed to tackle affordability was related to broader measures related to security of supply, related to green transition as well, and energy efficiency, as mentioned here, and also support to uptake of renewable energy sources for vulnerable consumers. What is interesting and what is not so good for EU member states is that only 1/3 of these measures was indeed targeted to support energy poor and vulnerable consumers. And another thing is that a lot of measures were employed to intervene in both wholesale and retail electricity and gas markets, such as a price regulation, such as a capping of revenue for energy companies, or taxing windfall profits. It is proved, I think, that it will be visible in ACER market monitoring report, that these measures did not help. In particular, they did not help when it comes to one of the main goals of European Union, expressed in the Repower document published last year, and this is to try to reduce demand as much as possible. So in Moldova, demand reduction was substantial, especially in terms of gas. So in comparison to 2021, the consumers spent more than 30% less in 2022. And in electricity market, it was less. It was between 2% and 3%. And when this compared with EU member states, this is approximately the level. Maybe in European countries, they managed to save a bit more electricity, but not more than 5%, let's say. And for gas, it was similar or less than in Moldova. So the clear lesson taken from this from these measures employed by European member states during crisis is indeed that market interventions did not help, and that the measures should be targeted to vulnerable consumers in order to help them better, because then if you help only them, then you can help them better, instead of giving support to everyone, including those that do not need that. And another one is that indeed market intervention measures distort the market in the long run. What was done in the energy community contacting parties, and this is to me interesting because they also, the countries of Western Balkans also received the support from the European Union to 1 billion for all 6 Western Balkans countries, split by countries according to number of citizens. And these funds half of that was targeted, was meant to be employed for supporting vulnerable consumers. However, we did research recently, and we are going to publish the findings soon, is that actually only minority of them employed that funds to support vulnerable consumers. They rather chose to inject this into budget and continue price regulation. So this is something that did not happen in Moldova, and I think this is something that should be very welcomed. Coming to the measures that are after crisis, so this is something that was also mentioned before, but I would like to highlight once again. So short-term measures employed through your vulnerability fund that successfully functions now definitely should be continued. In addition to providing subsidies for paying energy bills to targeted households, additional measures that should be employed are definitely restriction to disconnection in winter times, which does not mean that the bills will remain unpaid, but that a bit of help is offered, as well as a right to deferred payment eventually. However, I would like to highlight the importance of energy efficiency measures. They were mentioned by State Secretary already, and this is great that they are in plan. In the Secretariat's policy guidance on addressing energy poverty that we published in August last year, we listed some of the measures that could be employed in our contracted parties, including Moldova, of course, separated between short-term and long-term measures. So I'd like to conclude with a couple of messages. What could be done? In addition, what are the steps in front of Moldova? I think that this is now the great opportunity to Moldova to abandon price regulation, simply because the prices of energy, of electricity and gas are already almost at European level. It would be now a step to abandon, to open markets, retail markets, and offer the ability for suppliers to enter the market. And indeed, this can prove to be beneficial for all households, including those that are vulnerable. The other point is the importance of assessment of level of energy poverty. It was mentioned already before. We conducted a study back in 2021 for contracting parties, and Moldova was one of those countries for which statistics were at that time not available. As Dora mentioned, there are indicators in Eurostat in this database for standard of living conditions. Some of our contracting parties, statistical authorities actually supply data to these databases, however, not for Moldova. And maybe this is something that we in the Secretariat in our center can help afterwards. Then the importance of local level was also mentioned. And you also said that during defining eligible beneficiaries of your scheme, so you already have tools in place. So this is now something to be continued, and energy efficiency measures added to that. That would be great. Now the scheme is there, the resources, the whole infrastructure is there, and adding energy efficiency measures that were mentioned before that are planned, and putting them down on local level would be really great for Moldova. And the last is definitely preparing of national energy climate action plans is the task in front of Moldova according to the energy community legislation. Energy poverty plays a dominant role there, and having in mind the magnitude of poverty in Moldova, it would be good that resources are employed really to properly assess the level of households in poverty in Moldova, and then to put adequate targets and of course policies and measures to reach these targets. And with that, I would conclude my remarks, and of course invite Moldovan authorities to cooperate, as we are here to help on every step. Thank you.
Thank you too for a very interesting presentation. Vreau să spun că și
UNDP has developed an impact study of the compensation system for energy bills, and I'd like to invite here the global specialist in policies and the head of data department, Babatude Abdeduye. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. Not before actually welcoming here Mr. Dan Perciun, the head of the Parliamentary Committee for Social Protection, Health and Family, who has joined us, and whom we thank for that.
All right. Good afternoon. I know it's getting into the afternoon and we're all tired and sleepy. I'm jet lagged.
Hopefully this will be more fun for us. All right. So we've talked a lot today about the work here under the Energy Viability Fund in Moldova, and how it's a critical investment that was put in place. It was a time of crisis, and we need to have that kind of investment to support the community and the people, especially in the time of crisis, right? I think a big part of that conversation that we've been having is sustainability, and how do you go from here, right? We're now in June It's nice outside and warm, and we're not thinking about winter, hopefully for a few months, but then very soon it's going to be November again, and we need to start to think of, what's the impact of the investment last year and the rest. So that's a big part of the collaboration that we've been having with the government, and we've been trying to unpack the data and the information that is available. I'm going to skip through this because it's just more of the SDG push work that we do and why I'm involved with some of this work. It's a bigger part of work in UNDP, of supporting governments and understanding strategies that need to be put in place for medium and short-term and long-term investments and sustainability. In the context of the Energy Vulnerability Fund itself, I know most of you have an idea of what this is, but just trying to recap here of the journey to getting here, right? It's July, we need to put in place the law that on the Energy Vulnerability Fund. Many of you contributed into that fund, right, with UNDP, and then that fund was set up, right, and support to households from there, right? And part of the questions we've been asking is, what's a potential to reduce vulnerability, right, based on the support and compensation, right? And we'll see how we measure energy and income poverty and what we're learning from this work. Then the other part is the macroeconomic implications of this, right? And I know there's a lot of conversations around VAT, around budget, around impact on the economy itself, and we've started to look at that, but there's still a lot to unpack based on all the conversation that we've had today, and we'll be talking a little bit about what we're seeing so far in some of that. And then earlier in the panel, we were talking about how much work had to go into developing this investment and putting data and putting information together and registering people and all of that. And it's a lot of data that has been generated, but then there's also a lot that needs to be done in terms of the governance of that and how you use it effectively and how we can to improve on it. And I'll talk very briefly on that. I wanted to start here because I've seen a lot of my colleagues have talked earlier today in terms of the prices, right, and to know where we are, where we were before, and then where we are now. As you can see there, the prices were relatively flat, around 4-point-something for electricity and gas, and they were very low, and then started to go up a little bit, especially for gas, 2021, and then everything shot up after that. Right. So that's just to be able to see how much change that happened. I was doing a little bit of calculation on that. I think it's about 500 and something% increase in the energy prices, especially on electricity and gas since then. That's a big change for many of the households. You have more than $20, 20 MDL increase in terms of the change itself. Can you click next on this? Okay, thank you. And then here we're trying to also capture the different distribution, right? So we have the gas and the thermal and electricity and the percentage of and the change in that prices over time and the subsidy per unit, right? I think it's important for this room, especially with the donors and a lot of us, to understand that it's not 100% of the subsidy of the change in prices that was covered, right? It's just a percentage of it, and we've emphasized that a lot today. That it's about 50%, and it also varies by the category of households, if it's vulnerable or not vulnerable households. And here it's showing it by level of vulnerability, right? The very high vulnerable households and to the lower part. And the level of compensation also differs based on that, right? And we're showing that here with the gas and the rest. So just that gives a little bit of background in terms of the subsidies and the compensation itself and what we're trying to look at. And that leads into the kind of data that we have to bring together, right? So here, we have the household budget survey that my colleague was talking about, the MPI and the rest earlier, and energy poverty, that is based on a lot, right? And it's an important data set, right, for analyzing and calculating poverty in the country and other indicators. But that data set is not synced with other data sets, right? So there's no unique identifier that I can use to say there's this household in the household budget survey, and I can find them in the registration data, right? So we have to do a lot of merging of some sort, right? But then we have the registration data from the digital space. For people that registered, we have the energy consumption tariff data from the private sector, which was very important, right? And I was talking earlier about the collaboration with the private sector, and thanks to colleagues in the country and to the government for making sure that that data is made available. And then we did an update of share county matrix also, right? That's a understanding of the interlinkages between the different sectors, right? So energy and the other sectors and the inputs and the outputs and how they work together to start to unpack those macroeconomic implications of the effect. So that's the amount of data that we have to navigate through, right, in order to be able to understand this. And then here we're showing the average household expenditure per winter month and vulnerability group. And you can see by different categories the expenditures that the households were. And then here is the proportional monthly energy expenditure, also by type, right, from gas to electricity and thermal. Right. Okay. All right. So, given all that data and the information that we were able to analyze, right, we wanted to now start to unpack what's the impact on an household, right, with or without the compensation, right? So we have the data, the household budget survey before the compensation, the data for them after the compensation, and simulated that to be able to measure what that impact will look like. For energy poverty, we started with energy poverty. And you can see there for electricity, there's the very high vulnerable household relative to the high and the rest. I think this is a little bit easier to navigate, which provides a change in the energy poverty level. Right? So about 71% change and the rest for gas. So the benefit for the gas, households that use gas is way higher than for electricity. But if you look at one of the statistics that I showed earlier, a lot of the households use electricity, right, as expected. Then also we looked beyond just energy poverty to general definition of poverty itself with income poverty, and we see similar results and similar impacts, right? So showing that this has helped a lot in terms of reducing that, pulling people out of poverty that would have otherwise been pushed into poverty with this. There's, let's see. Okay, and then we also did that in terms of the national poverty line, not just the income poverty, but also national poverty line to understand what the difference looks like. So all of this helps us to start to unpack the benefits of the intervention. And here we're using the data up to, compensation data up to December. I know there's more data that is coming from January to March that we can also start to use for some of these analysis. But what we are seeing so far is based on all of this. We also try to look at impact of subsidy on energy consumption, right? And what we're looking at so far is that there's no significant change in consumption level, right?
That's is almost about zero, it's 0.001 for many of them, right? Which is good. I know we're talking a lot about energy efficiency, and it's very important. And I think a big part of that is also because the compensation is not that high for the households to start to overconsume, right? And we can start to think about that as in the evolution of the subsidies and the rest. So those are some of the micro impacts, and then the minister and Dan has been talking to us a lot about understanding also the macro impact of this. There's a lot that we still need to talk about and think through. We've had conversation earlier in terms of alternatives to the subsidies and the income option and the rest. But those also have different implications, especially in terms of vulnerabilities to the sector and the rest. So one of the things we measured here is the different scenarios. We try to build the scenarios up from before the energy shock to when there's an energy price shock to a scenario where there's a targeting, right, based on the social compensation bill. And part of what we saw from here is that this is just a description of the baseline scenario. In terms of the GDP itself, right, we saw a very small, significant increase in GDP, right, because of the compensation. I know, depending on how this is rolled out in the future, the impact on GDP will differ, right? But we're seeing some impact, and we can start to see how, depending on what we're trying to do in terms of getting out of the crisis and putting in place this compensation to discuss what that will look like in terms of the GDP impact itself. There were other indicators that we looked at, like unemployment rate, like investment and the rest, that we'll also make available as part of this. So just to quickly wrap on this before I talk about the data itself. So we looked at the micro impact. We wanted to understand the impact on households and energy poverty, income poverty, and measurement of national poverty line. And we see that the compensation has helped so far in terms of reducing that poverty level, actually, given the study that we had before in UNDP that showed about 70% could be pushed into poverty because of energy costs. And then the macro impact, we're seeing some impact on GDP based on that, and then not so much impact on unemployment because of the nature of the compensation itself, and the more focus on the energy sector and the relationship with that with the other sectors. And then mentioned earlier, there's a lot of data that is collected. There's a need to continue to talk about data governance and how you use that data effectively. There's that integration of data that is very, very important, and ensuring the quality of the data is high enough for us to be able to continue to do this kind of analysis. And I'm glad the system was developed. There was no crash since then, and security is high. We can continue to have a conversation around that. But I think I mentioned earlier issues around registration. The 30% that didn't register yet, and I've had different colleagues that talked about it earlier. That how do we make sure that they can also be registered in the same way? Thank you very much.
Mulțumim foarte mult pentru prezentare.
Thank you for the presentation. And now I'd like to ask Dan Pertun, who participated specifically and very actively in the creation of the help for the meter system, for the compensation system, to tell us about the process. What were the biggest challenges, relations with data suppliers, and of course, what would you improve now or in the future? Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to share some of the experiences. I think that I would mention as main lesson learned as a result of our experience from last year is the fact that the quality of data is very important. And unfortunately, we didn't have a major concern until now to have a very rigorous approach in identification of poverty in general in this country. Now, we've had certain previous systems which try to do it, but there have always been fundamental problems which needed to be solved, and this hasn't been done. Now, the Energy Vulnerability Fund exercise showed us that it is very important to be able to precisely identify who needs most of the help. Now, Moldova has three aspects which complicate such an assessment. First of all, it's a high degree of informality. 40% of the population has incomes which are not known to the state, or they're not fully known to the state. And then any model built based on available data have a certain margin of error. Second of all, we have an objective situation related to the immigration of the population. On the one hand, on the other hand, we don't know specifically who is and who is not in the country. Our IT systems, unfortunately, given the double citizenship that we have, cannot establish today specifically. That, and third, we're not very good in saying who lives where. And all of these three elements, they create difficulties in the implementation of very targeted and focused systems. On the other hand, the crisis that we went through, I think it proved that a system capable to identify specifically who needs help must exist, and not in the context of an energy crisis, but also in the context of a war and lack of predictability of the world that we live in, and which will become more and more unpredictable. So crisis management systems which would allow us to clearly track the population and be able to understand where we should channel our help is very important. Last year, we've tried to overcome some of those, or some of the elements related to these three issues that I've mentioned, but that is yet an objective to be accomplished this year, and I think for the future as well. And this is something that we should think about, actually not just us, but also all countries that are facing similar challenges. On the one hand, if we look at the informal economy, we want to collect more information about the citizens, including related in relation to the use of banking cards, deposits, assets held, because there where you have gray economy, where you have salaries in an envelope, there are certain expenditures which can be identified and monitored, and they could serve as a proxy for the level of the welfare of the population. Better said, if someone has zero revenues, but at the same time has a share in a company, which last year had a turnover of 10 million lei, well, I think this is a reasonable assumption. It's safe to assume that this person has quite a high level of welfare. Well, on the other hand, when it comes to immigration, we have to make a bigger effort, and that would not only be good for energy vulnerability, but generally for the planning of public policies. We need to be able to track, to be up to date when it comes to the people who are in the country. Unfortunately, today this is not possible. On big population layers, we can find out this information about the person. But when we had 800,000 entries out of 1.5 million people who were in the system, well, of course, that was not feasible, because the verification had to be done annually for everyone, and for such a volume of data, this couldn't be done. And the third thing, which would be good for us as a country, and I think not just us, this is a clear system of tracking of residence visa, and a simpler system of changing this resident permits So we talked with the former Minister of Finance, Mr. Bodansky, if you have a wrong residence permit. Well, we don't have a simple tool to change the residence permit if circumstances change, and we don't have a clear tool of tracking where the person lives and the confirmation of the fact that the person is actually residing there. Now, that in social protection is important because we intervene not at the level of the person, but at the household level, at the family level. So we must understand who is part of that family, subject to who and where that person lives. Now, that is the major concern, increasing the quality of data. And as a matter of fact, we have to acknowledge that this will be useful, not just for energy vulnerability and improving the system, but also for our capacity to develop targeted public policies, which will become ever more necessary in this unpredictable world in which we are living today, where I think no one would anticipate war, COVID, refugee crisis. Well, things have happened. Things which were major and fundamental in the last 3 years. Climate change is also one of the enormous challenges that will put pressure, and such crisis management systems capable to identify with clarity the vulnerability are very important. And a last comment from me. Another lesson learned from this whole story is that this type of crisis is disenfranchising poor people twice. So on one hand, they have low income and they are less capable to adjust. If a household which is well off could install solar panels easily, then for a poor family this is impossible. Or for them to switch from district heating to gas, that's hard. When we talk about transition to green energy and everything to do with climate change, well, it will be very important to have systems capable of identifying energy vulnerable people and assist them, because otherwise that would generate political and social problems, and that would delay energy transition because it will not be seen as a fair one. It will be like a double load. For people who are already poor. So the key lesson is that we have to be agile, and we'd like to thank colleagues from the UNDP and ministry. I think we moved very quickly. There were rules, but reasonable rules. They were more flexible than usually, and that allowed us in 2 months to build a system which has been used by more than 100,000 households, and we've utilized enormous amount of data, and we had 2,000 people who have entered data into the system, social assistants, librarians, 20 energy suppliers who had to supply and get data from the system, and interconnection with the main state registries which have functioned. Well, I guess that's all, and we hope that this year we will be able to solve some of the problems and build on what we started last year. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pachun. Before closing today's panel, let me ask the audience whether the audience has questions to the speakers. Please.
Bună ziua, mă numesc
Hi, Vitaly Rapcha, Program Director at the Independent Analytical Group Expert Group. Thank you very much for this very interesting discussion and useful discussions. I'm so happy to find out that Moldova, not only has Moldova learned to compensate the vulnerability, energy vulnerability, and offer and implement actions, but also it has actions for the future when it comes to actually take care of the energy issues to the energy fund that we're having in place today. It's bad that Mr. Budai has left. Well, he said that energy vulnerability is not just tackled through dedicated tools, but also through alternative tools. And he mentioned here that the apprenticeship program, which has absorbed the impact of prices which were partially increasing for some categories of workers. In Moldova, the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, together with the representative of the Parliamentary Committee, has developed a similar problem, a similar draft, which is targeted to those who are practicing undeclared work in order to compensate the fiscal cost of the salary increase and reduce through this mechanism the burden of compensation, because they are reducing the pool of those vulnerable ones, and specifically this measure comes to help reduce the number of people who need the compensation of their energy vulnerability by means of compensating fiscal costs of salary costs, of increasing salaries. Let me ask the representative of the head of the parliamentary committee and Minister Spatar and former Minister Spatar, Ms. Archer, but they were the basis of this automated mechanism of subsidizing salaries. What will happen to this draft law? What is its status, and whether this will be an alternative mechanism to tackle energy vulnerability in the country? And another question for Mr. Minister. Minister, you mentioned that in Lithuania they've used zero VAT rate for heating.
Similar idea for eventually a lower VAT for fuel, due to the fact that we had a high spike in the fuel prices in 2022. Now, this instrument poses some limitations due to the fact that it's applicable for all users and it's not targeting the vulnerable ones. What are your perspective? Why did you choose to use this specific instrument instead of targeting specific vulnerability target groups? Thank you very much. Mulțumesc și dacă e posibil în ordinea în care au sunat întrebările.
Of my questions. Thank you. Yes, we're talking about informal economy as one of the challenges which are more profound, which were revealed by this compensation program at the level of the data, because Dan is saying that it's hard to understand what is going on, but also at the level of fairness, because the complaints from people are there. Why people have larger compensations even though they are working in informal economy, but I have a lower compensation? So the problem that Vitaly is mentioning is an initiative of the Ministry of Labor, which provides for the fact that the employers who increase the salary of an employee by 50%, in the current proposal, these employers will be reimbursed the social contribution part for this amount of 50%. And this way, the ministry, the government wants to encourage the fully declared work. So that, well, will have an impact at the level of the compensations of the amount offered. But it's not just about this draft. We want to strengthen labor inspection. We want to formalize people. We want to bring people into the formal economy. We want to come with simplified mechanisms for the employer, and we work on a voucher program for agriculture, for farmers. So the systemic problem that is shown by this winter is that we have to come with solutions in order to increase social fairness better than and more profound than targeted compensations.
Thank you for your question. Crises always have two dimensions. One is time, and another is impact. And all the time, impact is very big, and we have very short of time to manage to solve the problem. So that was the decision of the Lithuanian to have these horizontal programs, horizontal subsidies, and of course, where it's more horizontal, so it is more costly. And one more remark, we always need to find this balance between compensation and motivation to save the energy. Because if you have more compensation and more broadly system of compensation is affected, so less motivation people have to save the energy. So this balance is very important thing, and I know that European Commission and all recommendations is now try to find the best way to target it as impossible more for vulnerable people and try to have more reliable data. If we could have more reliable data, so of course our decisions were more accurate and more with these decisions we could reach more people who are in the vulnerable places.
Thank you. Dacă mai sunt alte întrebări, vă rog.
Any other questions, please?
Eu am o întrebare.
I have a question.
Deci eu sunt Maria.
I am Maria Nimchuk. I represent the Technovator organization. In the fall, we will be organizing the biggest hackathon, GigaHack, and I wanted to ask a question in the context of this multitudes of data. Whether there is a hub of data that could be accessed in the context of this hackathon or in the framework of an accelerator. I mean, private stakeholders who may request the data which could be turned into solutions for the public environment. A very good question, and we have colleagues who thought about using AI to generate some models. The result, because of the big volumes of data available, we can actually make available what we have, and because these are data which can be easily anonymized in full related to consumption, and some of them would have to be opened up through a Power BI module, which would allow to visualize and analyze those, but they can be actually put as primary data. Generally, this is a very interesting idea to explore because Moldova has enormous volumes of data which are not used, and they could be used when it comes to issues to do with fiscal tax evasion, ending with all sorts of vulnerabilities, poverty profile. So all the data are there. So today, if we succeed to do what we want to do for this winter, maybe we could be the biggest consumers of data, meaning that we could access an enormous volume of registries, process those, and generate some decisions based on those. But this is just a use case, but you could have thousands of use cases. So for that, you just need a discussion at the government level in order to see how, in an easier, friendlier manner, they could be made available and could be interconnected. And I think that until September, we could find solutions which would make this happen, or at least the core data registries could be made available in one way or another. Because I'm telling you, they are enormous. There are so many. I'll just give you one example, simple example. This year, for the first time, we're able to identify how many people with disabilities, disaggregated by degree and by district, do we have in this country, even though the data was there, but nobody processed them in a slightly different manner to generate useful information for public policies. And you have so many examples of this kind, which could be, and this data could be harnessed. But what we have, we could talk about it, and we could offer you in a depersonalized manner. Sure, if there's more questions, I think the last question we could accept, because we are a bit beyond the program, the schedule. Thank you. Hi, Eugen Kamenchik. I'm a specialist in the energy area. Actually, we're now developing a startup. And as a follow-up to Maria's question, we want to create a single platform for all the utility services where people could receive all the bills electronically and pay them. But this is just one part of it. We want to offer advice on energy efficiency, personalized advice, by analyzing energy consumption of the household. So that can also be integrated into the compensation.md platform, because it's the same thing. We need to collect the data from the suppliers, process them, and make an analysis. And what you have is that we can, and we will actually follow this path ourselves, but it would be much easier if these two platforms were integrated into one. Because let's say I have on my smartphone an app where you can receive all of the bills electronically, and where I can receive the degree of vulnerability. That would be a very good thing. So the question is how the private sector can participate in the development of the solutions and in the offering of more comprehensive services. Thank you. The experience of last year was the following. We took all the data from the suppliers in XC. They will need to use them and supply the data that we need in live regime for every consumer in an automated manner. If those data will be part of M-Connect, and then this is this Moldovan X road, I don't see a problem through which a private supplier could use the data if they have an agreement with the energy supplier on this particular topic. And we will supply to you the vulnerability degree when there is an acceptance from the client. But as a matter of fact, this part of automated receipt of data from the suppliers must be configured. There's the web service. They must make some investments on their behalf, and we have different quality of suppliers. There are big players, very big players, which have good IT systems, but there is also very small players. I think for you, it doesn't matter. I mean, for you, what matters for you is the 10% that have the largest market share. So, well, I think this could be possible, starting with September. Thank you very much for the answers and for the interesting questions and for the very consistent discussion. By the way, strategies and policies, future ones, and future generations will be tackled tomorrow in the next day of this conference, and you are all kindly invited to participate tomorrow to discuss those. Having said that, thank you very much for the attention, and we are closing for today. Thank you.